Hey. Hey, Brooke. I'm kind of behind. What's going on today? Has anybody got any news today? Because I am been working all day and I'm behind. Uh, Shanna Brooke, look on. Tree has a um post, and I just screenshot it. And we're all going to try to put that as our on March the 7th. We're going to try to put that as our, I guess, our profile picture. I guess. Yes, on her TikTok. Or you might can screenshot it from here. I don't know. If you swipe the comments away, you might can get it here, but I'm not sure. Yes, we need to. I'll probably make a post about it too. We all need to make posts so it can get to everybody that might want to do that. Oops. Did you swipe to the left or the right? I can't remember which way you have to swipe. One way you can swipe and get rid of the comments, but I don't know if it is still going to be a good enough picture. But on her video, you can just screenshot it and it works perfect. Hey, Brandy. Hey, Beverly. Yeah, I like the idea of it too. Have I got behind on anything today? Because I've been working today. I did get to listen to a little bit of Steph's live, but not all of it. She was listening to the Sunlight podcast. I about decided I don't know if I'm going to be listening to them anymore or not, because I don't think they're doing Guru right. Yeah, that's what I'm about done with them. They're not getting their facts straight. I don't. I'm not in any groups on Discord. I've never been invited to a group, but I got mine on Tree's post on the TikTok. Spicy. Hey, Jen. Yes, it is trash. They're making themselves look really bad right now. Oh, wow. I actually found out about it on the Book of Faces. One of my friends asked had anybody went down the rabbit hole, and I'm like, I wonder what she's talking about. So I started researching, and hey, Dana. And I didn't even have TikTok at that time, and I couldn't get enough information on the Facebook. I mean, the Book of Faces and the YT. So that's when I downloaded TikTok. I got me a new Trump shirt on today that says "Daddy's home." Oh, okay, Shiner Brook. Did you listen to them when they done the Alex Murdaugh case too? Yeah, I need some of them Trump pajamas. I should just ordered me some. Okay. Well, I went down that rabbit hole too, but I didn't really go down as deep as I went in this one because they was having the trial before I ever really found out anything about it. My sister was like, "Have you heard da 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 da?" And I'm like, "No," but I found a lot of stuff on the YT and stuff on it. Then I watched a lot of the trial. Hey Pam, thank you, Spicy Mama, for the heart me. Hey Big Red. Debbie, True Sunlight podcast is trashing him. I mean, they started last week with it, and then I think this whole episode today was about him. Y'all, it is 70 degrees here, but the humidity is terrible out there today. I've been sweating all day. But I really do think it's terrible what they're doing to Guru. Oh no, Spicy Mama. Well, it's warm today. It's like I said, I've been outside working in the storage building trying to get it organized, and I've sweated all day. But I think it's supposed to be like 76 here Saturday. It can't make up its mind. Yeah, I can relate to that, Spicy Mama. I'll probably pay for what I did today. Uh, Somebody had ordered one of them vibration plates, but I can't remember who it was, and I wanted to keep up with it and see if they liked it. Where are you at, Tumblers by Teresa? I think I know who that was, Spicy Mama. Ohio, okay. I do too, Iowa girl. And Guru was only trying to get information for all of us and other content creators. He wasn't being chummy with them, if that's what you want to call it. I do too, Zariah. I do too. Okay, Tumblers by Teresa, do you like it? Has it helped any? Because I heard it helps with arthritis pain. And if it does, I need one. Of course, I'd have to work myself up probably to be on it for as long as I need to, but I've been wanting to hear some real time, reviews of it before I got one. Hey, Texas girl, you love it? Okay, I may have to get me one. There's so many different ones though. Okay, so True Sunlight Podcast. Listen to it and you'll figure out what's going on. They're trashing Guru on there. I reached out on her Book of Face page too, and I says, why did you say that? Because nothing's further than the truth talking about last week. And she says, oh, I got more on it next week. You just need to listen. Well, she didn't prove a thing to me today. You have the white one. Has it helped you as far as what has it helped you with, Teresa? It's okay, Sue. We got you. I didn't get to listen to all of it, but I listened to enough to know that they're doing him wrong. Hey, Summer. Hey, Gail. Right, Lisa. Absolutely. It's not like he was all chum with them, because at one time Guru thought he had put a dadgum tracker on his car. If anything, it was the other way around. JP was stalking him. Okay, Texas girl. You think so, Lisa? I hadn't even heard from Jay in a month or two. I thought he was in North Carolina. Are you talking about taking them to the pool and stuff? Right, Lisa. Right, Gail. I mean, he's got proof. Guru always has receipts. Always. That's who I thought was behind it too, D. That right there, Lisa, is why I think that RH is behind it, because he does think that Guru said something about him. Hi, Tada. Hey, Jeannie. I am too, Pam. I'm saying Team Guru and Courtney. Hashtag Team Guru and Courtney. I know, right, Lisa? Hey, South Carolina Wonder Woman. I'm going to have to start calling you SC, because that's a mouthful. I think chronically me, Lisa, if you know who Guru is, the podcast told a lot of the True Sunlight podcast today told a lot of untruths on him. The whole podcast was attacking him. Hey, figure me out. Yes, if you can't save it on right here from this, if you can't save this image from here, I went to Tree's post and done a screenshot. So if you can't swipe away all the comments and stuff and get a screenshot here, you can get it on Tree's post that she put on today. I always pray for Micah's mom, Stacy. I just cannot imagine being in her shoes. You're welcome. It would be nice if everybody could screenshot it. And I think her birthday's the 7th, I think. Yes, March the 7th. I know, Stacy. I just couldn't. I can't imagine. Hold on just a moment, y'all. Y'all just keep on chatting. Sorry about that, guys. I did not see no post by Preacher's Wife. I've been working all day today. I've not been on much. I'm kind of behind on everything. Oh, you mean Millie? Oh, okay. No, I haven't seen Millie's post today either. Why are you upset, Bobby, about Guru? Oh, okay. I'll have to go get my tablet and look at it. Oh. Yeah, Bobby, I always liked their podcast too until the last couple of weeks they've just not done Guru right. Roxanne, just listen to the True Sunlight podcast. Where does who live? Millie? Millie lives in Myrtle Beach. Bobby, she might not believe us because she might be paid to post something else, but I didn't think they were like that though. No. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. John Paul Miller's favorite attorney, and it's got a picture of Regina Ward on the billboard. I don't understand it either, SC. I mean, I don't get it. Oh, really, Herb? Huh. That's probably true, Gail. They don't like that he's so close and he can get the news out faster than anybody else. I know that's why Robbie Harvey don't like him. Robbie Harvey don't like him because Guru won't be his inside reporter. Well, yesterday made me feel a little bit better about Regina. I'm just going to be honest. Do you want to come up and on panel the tie-dye and tell us what you got? Okay, I gotta. Hold on, I'm working on it. I think I got both of you. Okay, Pam.
Hello.
Okay, so I have no idea how to read the room. I don't know who in here has ever questioned Regina and who hasn't. I'm not here to like fight or argue, but for my own personal observation and research, I am 100% like transparent. I don't 100% believe in her loyalties throughout this whole entire process being consistent. Please don't come at me for that. I will openly admit when I'm wrong and change my mind if things are presented or end up otherwise. With that being said, one of the things that I'm willing to have an open discussion on is why she is not pushing for this to be taken to the higher court through consolidation, her reaching out to individuals and offering to represent them, one of which has openly spoken out against her quote unquote misspeaking over key details of the case in the Fitz News interview. But yet she still is willing to work with that person in representation. That is a huge question for me. Another reason is she went into that courtroom, and from my understanding yesterday, and I can't like talk and read comments. So if you guys have like comments for what I'm saying, ask me like after, because I can't read and talk. But from my understanding and listening to the live yesterday discussing this is in the courtroom, she was perceived to not understand that there wasn't going to be evidence recorded because it was magistrate court and she wasn't built for like magistrate court. However, in one of the interviews that I saw today that she did, and I believe it was either with Fitz News, Fitz News or Mandy Matney, maybe it was Mandy. There's a clip that showed up on my For You page where she is talking about other lawyers that represent people for RO cases in magistrate court, and specifically for unrepresented clients, how it is unfair for them to go up against represented clients who are claiming abuse for an RO because the lawyers are corrupt and they know how to essentially manipulate and understand, they should understand the ins and outs of submitting evidence. And so I found that peculiar because she stated yesterday that maybe she was just claiming in front of the judge because she was trying to test the judge's knowledge, but she said that lawyers should understand that evidence can't be, and then she said that she didn't even know evidence couldn't be. So that was very confusing to me.
I'd like to address your thing about the recording because I was there and we've
Yeah.
ordered the transcripts. The one thing that was said was when he made his motion, he made a motion, he being JP, made a motion in the very beginning to try to have her removed as counsel. And she then asked the judge, and she did it to go on record with it. She said, is this, and I don't want to be misquoted here, but I'm really close to what was said, is this courtroom being video and audio recorded? She simply asked the judge that. And he said yes. I know now why she asked that question. And but there was no confusion about it being recorded because there's a court reporter there transcribing it anyway. She wanted to make sure it was being video recorded because he submitted video evidence and audio evidence that was played on a 42-inch TV screen in the back of the room that nobody knew was going to be submitted.
Right. Which
so all she did was say, Your Honor, is this being audio and video recorded today? But that was only after he made the motion to play the video.
Right. And from my understanding, within magistrate court, there doesn't have to be evidence submitted ahead of time to each party, and it's up to the judge's call on whether or not it is considered evidence, even if it's the first time that it's presented to
it can be it can be presented because you don't have discovery in magistrate court, so it could absolutely be presented. Her point was, if it's being recorded, being video recorded, then because she did not have the zip drive, nor was she offered one. So because she wasn't offered one, she had no record of that. So if it was being video recorded, then she would have the recording of the courtroom, which would give her the recording that he submitted. That was the only reason that the question was asked. I mean, and besides the fact that she wanted it on record that it was being video recorded.
Okay. I thought that I heard something along the lines, and you were in the same live I was, I believe, yesterday, something along the lines of there was confusion as to why that there that there was or wasn't any discovery within magistrate court.
Oh, everybody knows there's no discovery in magistrate court, but when you make a motion to get your counsel, kicked off, basically to have your counsel removed from the case, not your counsel, but the opposing party's counsel, and then let me tell you, I said this yesterday on Guru's Live. I've been in court a lot, and for somebody to defend himself, I'm gonna tell you right now, he kicked ass. He's not an attorney. The man's not an attorney, but he knows he kicked ass on that stand. As far as, I bet he got 10 or 12 things that she said when he objected and the judge went his way. But sometimes you're playing chess and sometimes you're playing checkers, and chess is for the long game. And, there were, without saying too much, there were some things that happened yesterday that were not even relevant to that case, but they were asked, and then of course he objected, and then the judge agreed. But I was there, and I saw the curveball that was thrown, and all I got to say is this: if Regina Ward's ever against me, and I told a guy this last night at a group I was speaking with, I said, if you ever get a letter in the mail from Regina Ward that she's representing the other side, you better settle. You better figure out how to settle, because she doesn't go to court not prepared.
So what is her reasoning, do you know, for not pushing for consolidation or putting this to a higher court, so there has to be discovery?
Well, I know that she did that with the so you were wrong on a couple things there as well when you said that she's out soliciting people. She's not soliciting anybody. And the other thing is Sam Rickman, I think he's on here. I think I saw him on here. That's exactly what she did with his case. They not appealed it. He countersued to civil district court, where they have and requested a jury trial, and the discovery and the deposition is here in a couple of weeks.
Do you have to countersue each individual complaint in order for it to go to a higher court, or what do you know the procedure, since there's several people who have ROs, right? Is there some sort of procedure that has to happen first between all of them individually before it can be considered to be consolidated, or is into one, or is that not an option?
They can't be consolidated into one because ROs are each individual case, and I'm not a lawyer. This is for entertainment purposes only. However, the thing about ROs you have to remember is they're sealed, so they are sealed. So therefore, there is no way of even telling how many RO cases. Like, I could file 100 today against 100 different people, and nobody would know until until the hearing was heard. There's people out there that have RO cases against them that we don't even know about. I know we know about the ones on TikTok. We know about the protesters. We did not know about that one Tuesday. Nor did Regina until that lady she had testified in court that she got served on Friday afternoon. She contacted Regina Monday morning, and Regina, took it. And so there were, you don't know with ROs because they're sealed in South Carolina, and they're not public record.
Okay, so there was other people in when this was said, so some of you probably also heard it. I heard on a live that Robbie reached out to Anne and told Anne that Regina would help her. And I was very confused by that because I know that Anne has posted and liked certain comments that were questioning Regina misspeaking about things. So in my eyes, I'm like, why would Regina be willing to help somebody that questions her? And some people are like, well, she knows the ins and outs of the court system and, she needs help. And I was like, okay, I get that. But I was just trying to understand if there was any advantage to her, representing people individually to keep it individually and not consolidate it. But from what you're saying, there's no real option to consolidate. And the best option is for everybody to basically countersue so there's discovery.
Not even countersuit, because you're dealing with two different things here. So when you're talking about countersuit, Sam Rickman wasn't sued for a restraining order. He was sued
Right.
for $7,500 for loss of income.
Right.
So with that goes to the same court that the restraining orders go to. So you can't countersue on a restraining order, because the only thing you're going to countersue is to try to get a restraining order yourself against the other side.
You
So there's nothing.
challenge it or.
Yeah. Well, no, you can't
Okay.
challenge. You actually have to take papers out and be on the other side to do that. However, when you challenge it, it'll just get dismissed. The Now, Ann's case actually came up during this trial and during this hearing, and not the way a lot of people think it did. But and I'm gonna be honest. There's people with JP that are listening to this right now, so I don't want to say what it is that I
Sure.
want to say. But and if you want to have a conversation privately, I'll be more than happy to text you my number, or
Yeah.
But I'm just
Sure.
telling you, there's a lot of things there's a lot of moving parts, and and is there anybody on here right now that was in the courtroom yesterday?
Does
And
anybody know the screen name of the girl that was talking yesterday who was in the courtroom?
yeah, that was Tony, wasn't it? Tony
Andy.
P. Huh?
Oh, was it which
Andy.
live are you talking about?
Andy.
Andy in there,
Hey,
yeah.
look,
Yeah.
that's a four-letter word with a D and an N in it, or A and an N. I had it close. Wait,
Can
I can
someone
text
invite
her.
her to this to see if she can hop on?
I can text her. Hold on a second. I'm gonna step out and text her.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear, the reason why I'm hopping on these panels and asking these questions is because I just see so much confusion and people running with things and just saying things, and I see what I see and I have these questions, and if I have them, I know other people have them, and because there's so many moving parts, I think it's just important to have this open conversation.
Yeah, and see, there was one other thing that was said that I can't answer you publicly, but I'll be more than happy to
Understood.
have this conversation privately.
Sure.
And because hold on, how do I wait? Let me see. Copy link. Hold on. So I asked the question a little while ago, and then I went away. Is there anybody in here that was in court yesterday? There were like 12 people. And the other thing that I would like to say that is, there's some people that don't want to use Regina. Oh, that's true. But let me tell you what. After watching her mop the floor yesterday, it's let's see, nobody else. Andy. Yeah, I just text her.
I think a lot more people would be comfortable and more confident in Regina if she was and Robbie Harvey if he actually asked her specific questions in his interview with her regarding the estate,
Well,
her house.
thanks to two presidents ago in 2012, they passed that bill that said that the news could not necessarily have to be news anymore; it could be propaganda. And at that point, now
And
I personally have been sued in federal court, not in federal. I said federal. It was U.S. District Court in Nebraska, because I literally commented on a Facebook post and called a guy a tool, TOOL. And the next thing I know, I'm being sued in the state of Nebraska. Somebody said is asking for you. What? Oh, yeah. I sent her a text to the link to this room, and but I called somebody a tool. Next thing I know, and you can Google my name and the name Brandon Welch, and you'll see everything about it in Nebraska. Now, did it hold water? Absolutely not. Why? Because he filed 47 lawsuits in a period of about 30 days. So he's like like JP's rookie league compared to this guy. And they all got thrown out. But the problem is the propaganda. If somebody doesn't know, I mean, I heard some stuff on a live last night that I know is 100% false, without a shadow of a doubt. Now there comes Andy in now, and Andy, there were a couple of questions here, and I'm going to go ahead and let Tada kind of take over because you sat behind me yesterday. We were enjoying virtual popcorn, ladies and gentlemen, because Andy will tell you I was reaching in my lap and I was eating virtual popcorn, meaning nothing was there. But go ahead, Tada.
Yeah, so I don't know if you have like the time or the mental space for this, but hi, you said some things yesterday that in regards to what happened in court.
Yes.
And there's just some confusion, and maybe just on my end, maybe on other people's ends, but can you kind of explain Regina's understanding of discovery or lack of discovery going into and in the courtroom?
Yeah, and Rackus explained it probably best. When it is in the magistrates, like I guess it, if it's under a certain amount, like $7,500, I think is what it is, and it is not required to actually have discovery. It's obviously acceptable or accepted, but it is not a requirement to actually get to disclose any kind of discovery prior to.
Did Regina seem like she understood that going in, or did she seem like that was like...
She did not, no, and you could tell she doesn't do a lot of magistrate court stuff. I mean, that's the lowest court, I think, right, y'all? You could tell she deals a lot more with circuit and above.
Okay.
Now, if you look at her interview from Channel 13, no, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I have the raw interview from Channel 13 a week ago, and Adriana asked her, "Well, why did you countersue and take it to the next court?" And she said, and I'll be glad to. I've got the 28-minute raw cut that you literally saw 2 minutes on channel, or probably 30 seconds on Channel 13, where she said there's no discovery in magistrate court, and the reason we took this and requested a jury trial is we want discovery and we want to see what kind of evidence he has showing loss of income. And the reason that she told me, she said that, and then if you remember, Andy, right after that, she said, is this being recorded? Because she wanted a recording of what she didn't know what was going to be played. She didn't know it was Guru's video of her.
She did ask. She did ask that. She did ask the court, the judge, that she wanted to make sure. It was more or less because he was presenting a jump drive, and he kept saying video, but y'all, there was no video. I mean, it was just a voice. Okay.
No, it was video on the first one.
I didn't. Well, now with Adrena stuff, yeah, but the stuff for the defendant, no.
Defendant, no, it was just audio. It was just audio.
And Tie-Dye, do you have any more questions? I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm not feeling the best, but I wanted to, Herb asked me to jump on, so I wanted to at least answer some of the questions.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. That was like specifically what I wanted to know is, was she asking or perceiving in court to not understand why there wasn't discovery? Like, did she
I think it was more or less. Yeah, she did. Yeah.
She understood that there wasn't?
She understood. I think it was more or less like because of the audio that he was getting ready to present. And to be honest with you, I'm actually surprised Arrakis allowed it as well. So, and of course I said that on Steph's Live, I think yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, because typically Arrakis, and just with my experience, because I had somebody try to take a restraining order out on me, and it was actually my stalker, but he ended up like almost coming over his desk, wherever they sit, and like jumping all over the person who was trying to do that to me. But he typically does not. It's very, very rare. Let's just put it that way. if he
But
would
you got to
have
remember
accepted
that
that.
started out with the reason he wanted to play the video is because he said that Regina, or he said that they threatened his life and that his life was in
Yes.
danger. I don't know exactly what he said. Something about his life was in danger, and he felt and and then I'm thinking it's going to be one of the protesters yelling, and then they play the video of Guru and Regina, and I thought, well, Regina must really be a badass if she's threatening his life, which I don't think
Yeah,
she did in
yeah,
that
yeah,
interview.
and he did say that because because Arrakis wanted to know what was wanted to see if it was pertinent to the case, because he was trying to get Regina completely off the case from yesterday and the rest of them. And y'all, I'm not gonna lie to you, y'all know exactly how I have felt about Miss Regina, but after seeing her and really kind of like here in the last 3 weeks or about a month, especially when it comes to the protesters cases and stuff like that, she really is amazing to watch in court. And I'm not saying that because, but everybody knows how I have always felt about Regina. So that there was no love lost there, but she did a very, very good job.
Okay, I might message you just for further
Okay.
clarification for when you feel better, but thank you for hopping on.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it's
thank
nice
you
to hear from
guys.
somebody that also had similar feelings as me and how they feel now. So I
See,
appreciate it.
exactly. Yeah, and everybody knows how I felt about it. Steph can tell you too. She'll tell you straight up. She goes, "Yeah, Amanda's, or well, Amanda's my name, but she said she trust me. Everybody knows how I feel, even down to part of the family. So, thank you so much, you guys. You guys have a good night, okay? Miss Holly, thank you.
Thanks.
I said after yesterday, I feel a little bit better about her too, because I've always felt about her.
If I had to have a lawyer, I would hire her because I think she's doing more fighting for Micah than what people can see or want to believe. But her job is not easy. She's got to be careful about things. Can't get out that's fact. People can sit here and speculate, and talk, and everything, but it's under investigation, and it still needs to be kept sealed until the investigation is done to protect Micah and whatever's going on in there. You know what I'm saying? So they
Absolutely.
can't tell everything. She can't tell everything. But she's good about going around the orange to get the cherry. I like the way she can kind of pull things out of you. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
She definitely is not for imagine she's for higher court, but magistrate court is, to me, a laughing joke. I mean, you just got somebody else listening to he said, she said, and makes an opinion. Okay, but I think she's doing a fine job. I think she needs a little break. Not everybody agrees on everything, and that's okay because that's what makes the world go round. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Okay, figure me out. Let us know what's going on.
I jumped on here because thinking back, last week, Guru was in a live and he was talking about somebody wanting that they'd run tags, and then within a couple of days, that's when he was pulled out. I'm just wondering if that was related.
Possibly.
Because nothing had been said against him, and then he said that because he was asking a question about it, and then within 2 days he was put through the ringer.
Well, I really don't appreciate what they've done the past 2 weeks on their podcast. So I'm done with watching that podcast.
Yeah, I've been done too. It's ridiculous.
I am currently talking with a few people to try to understand what they were thinking with their clear personal attack, and subsequently involving Allie in that particular episode. I'm just trying to understand that dynamic, and as far as I have found out so far, Allie did not know the extent of the podcast when she recorded her part. So that's all I'm going to say about that for now.
Hey, Miss Holly, do you have a list of everybody that's in the room right now?
Well, I don't know if it shows everybody.
If the person can hear me that's texting me, click on the little plus button beside me. You can sit beside me. Okay, wait a minute. Can you request Goddess 9273, Miss Holly, to come up here and speak, please? She's in the room. Goddess 9273. And then Goddess, if you can hear me, just click either click the request plus beside me or click join. Can we make this happen?
I'm looking for her. I don't see her. I don't see her. Hold on. Let me request it. Hold on.
Goddess, click one of the little plus request buttons. Yeah, there we go. There you go. You can sit beside me. Ladies and gentlemen, Goddess 9273, better known as Regina Ward.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
I just happened upon your live. I don't usually, well, actually, I've never done this.
Well, I just want to say thank you. Great job. Keep it up.
Well, thank you very much. I needed to clear up a few things, it sounds like, with Miss Tie-Dye.
Hey, I'm here. Let's talk. I'd love to understand better.
Yeah, I would like for you to as well. And I'm concerned that some other people may have some misconceptions about things, but definitely want to clear up one thing. I haven't been on here very long, but what I wanted to talk about is the questions about, I believe it was discovery in magistrate court, and if I understood about that. I've been a lawyer for almost 20 years, and I've practiced in about every court there is, and I'm licensed to practice in every court in the state of South Carolina. And it is true with regard to magistrate court, it's perceived that there is no discovery in that court, and that is true. However, what most people, including some lawyers, don't know is there's a rule, a magistrate court rule, and every court has their own rules, as well as the civil rules of procedure, which applies to all courts, and the rules of evidence, which apply to all courts. So magistrate court has its own set of court rules, and they have rule number 15. Well, rule number 15 in a magistrate court says that there will be a free exchange of information among the parties. That is a type of discovery. Now, it's not to the same level as it is in circuit court or family court or in criminal court. And they limit it in magistrate court. And I think part of that has to do with they don't want people to abuse the use of discovery. And maybe abuse is not the correct word. Magistrate court is what we refer to as the people's court. And the reason we call it that is so that people can go and represent themselves in court without hiring an attorney. So a perfect example is if someone borrows your lawnmower and they refuse to bring it back. You can go to small claims court, the people's court, magistrate court, and as long as your lawnmower is worth less than $7,500, you can go there and say, hey, judge, they took my lawnmower, they won't give it back to me. And that's called a claim and delivery, and the judge can issue an order for it to be returned, or if it's been destroyed or lost, then grant a order that says, hey, you got to pay this person back the amount of money. So if you have a lawnmower that's worth $1,000, you don't want to go have to spend a couple of $1,000 hiring an attorney to go represent you. So it's for cases that are $7,500 or less and some other things. So that's how discovery works in magistrate court on civil actions. Now the court or the case that I was on yesterday was for the restraining order and restraining order only. Restraining orders, whenever they are filed, they have to be set for court within 15 days of them being filed. So you don't have a whole lot of time to do anything there. And it's usually just based on specific dates and events, and they have to be clearly outlined in the paperwork. So when the people show up for court, they can say, hey, Judge, just like we were going to do is show receipts of being somewhere else other than the place that Mr. Miller said my client was. So it's a little bit more relaxed court, and it doesn't usually the things that come across in that court are not to a level that you need the type of discovery that you would want or expect or need in a higher court situation. Does that help?
Yes, that was very thorough. So, and maybe you could touch on this a little bit more than Herb did. With all of these individual cases, is the only way to then escalate that to a higher court, or can it be escalated to a higher court for the ROs, not the other type, but for the ROs specifically? Can it be escalated or just challenged to be dropped?
Well, there's two different types of restraining orders that you can get. One is what's called a temporary restraining order, and that is handled in magistrate court. That restraining order is only for up to 12 months, 1 year, okay? If you want to get a permanent restraining order against someone, then you have to take that to circuit court, because that's obviously a higher court. That's a bigger request, okay, to have a permanent restraining order against someone. Now, those are issued quite frequently with regard to people who are victims of crimes. And so you can usually get those through either the General Sessions Court, or if it's a different situation, then you have to take a permanent restraining order to circuit court. So the short answer is that, is basically those types of restraining orders that are in magistrate court are considered temporary because they have an expiration date on them, okay? And as far as moving them up to circuit court, what you're saying is if the alleged, the person who's being sued against for it, if they would want to move it up to circuit court. And no, not really. I don't think so. And so only if you're seeking a permanent restraining order do you really go to circuit court. And quite frankly, I'm not sure that circuit court would even take a restraining order that's on a temporary basis. And it's very difficult to get a permanent restraining order against someone, for obvious reasons. It takes a higher burden of proof.
Thank you. Is there any possibility for the civil cases to be lumped together under one case number or one representation, or only if they are countersued enough times?
Yeah, great. So there's a whole lot of answers to that question, but let me just put it this way. My dream would be to have every single one of those cases, and I would lump them all together, and I would move them all up to circuit court. I think that Mr. Miller is abusing the system if he claims he's lost $7,500 with one person and another person and another person. We have this, in law, we have the saying, well, not saying, but it's part of law, that if called the same transaction, occurrence, or events, okay? So if he's laying out the same dates in the same places and the same types of event under more than one person, then that's a whole bunch of people in the same place at the same time. So that should actually be filed all together. And part of that reason is because, number one, we refer to it as judicial economy. If it's all the same facts and all the same dates and all the same places, okay, then we don't need a judge to hear that set of facts 30 times. The judge needs to hear that set of facts one time and then apply it to each person individually as it relates to their case and fact specific. The other reason to move them up is because when you countersue, you really don't want to be limited to $7,500 specifically. That is, unless that's the limit of damages that you have. And damages is just a legal word for dollars, okay? And so whenever you get in court and you're awarded quote damages, that's usually in the form of dollars. Now, as far as putting them all together, that is really up to the individuals who are being sued. You know, you can't force a defendant to join with others, although we do have rules of civil procedure where you can force joinder in certain things. There's also rules of civil procedure that say that you can't sue without an indispensable party. Those are some arguments that I would make in those situations. And also, you know, there's strength in numbers as well. I also think that Mr. Miller is doing this, number one, so he can continue to represent himself, or, well, I guess that would be number two. Number one is because I think it's the misuse of the legal system to try to intimidate people and to, you know, and to silence them, just like I said in court. But as far as the individuals, and I hate to call them defendants, in my book they're really victims of Mr. Miller, but in the world of law, they're considered defendants. So the defendants could collaborate together. They could have each their own different attorney if they want to. They could have, you know, several of them could have the same attorney so long as there's not any true legal conflicts, okay? The world out there really doesn't understand what legal conflicts are. I hear people all the time go, oh, there was a conflict there. I'm like, no, there was not a legal conflict. There may have been a moral conflict. There may have been it's just not right kind of conflict, but legal conflicts are a bit different. So people who are being sued, who are defendants in these cases, they can come together or they can stay separately if they want. Some people would want to do that. Others would not. And so it's really just left up to the individual. Me personally, I would love to go file a motion and say, hey, Judge, I want to, you know, consolidate all these cases and move them up to circuit court. And Judge Arrakis would probably be thrilled about that to get them out of his courtroom. But I can't force anybody to do anything like that. It gets to be more complicated, okay, when you go to circuit court. When you go to circuit court, you have all of the rules of evidence, all the discovery process and civil rules of procedure available to you, and it can be very, very complicated, and it can take a very, very, very long time to get through that court, which in this case may be okay because we're talking about JP's looking for something, right? And the longer you can keep him, you know, from obtaining what he's trying to obtain, that's, you know, that's a partial win. But the other thing is that you have a right. There's a lawsuit that's called abuse of process. And a person can file that as a counterclaim against him. They can also file, you know, other types of counterclaims depending upon their each individual circumstances and set of facts that are, you know, pertinent and relevant to that individual. May have, you know, several people may have the same type of lawsuit. Some may have one and not the other. But I think that most everybody, in my opinion, without seeing everybody's paperwork, and I've not been able to see all 30 plus or whatever it is lawsuits, I've seen a lot of them. But without seeing them all, I don't really know, you know, what each one would have to be handled differently.
One other thing, Regina, that was mentioned before you got here was you questioned whether it was being recorded or not.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Would you just talk about that for a second, however that went down?
Yeah, so whenever you go to circuit court, there are paid court reporters, and we all know those. Those are the folks who sit up there with the, a thing over, a cover over their mouth, they're talking into that and they're typing, they're taking down, typing what everybody is saying. Well, there are two courts that we have that do not provide court reporters. The first one is the Master in Equity. If you want a court reporter, i.e., to be able to get a written transcript of what happened within the courtroom and Master in Equity Court, you have to hire your own court reporter and bring them to court with you. And if you don't do that, then there's no recording or no transcript that you can get of those proceedings. The other court is magistrate court. They don't have a budget for a court reporter to sit in every single hearing and take down the dictation of everything that happens in there. So the judge has the ability to push a button and record it. Back in the old days, it used to be the old cassette tape player sitting up there on the bench, the judge's bench, and he would press record and off we would go. Of course, we have more modern things available to us today. And so I wanted to make sure that he was recording during there because it's not a requirement. And I know some people go, wait, what? But it's not. Magistrate court, remember, is a people's court. You could be in there on a $50 claim, and so they have to work within a budget, and it doesn't need all the big bells and whistles usually because of the limitation of the damages associated with the jurisdiction of that court. Any other question?
Were my two main things was just trying to understand the discovery portion because I think everybody is like, why can't this just go to a higher court? There'll be more discovery. That'll be worse for him. And I was like, yeah, like that's obviously that would be way worse. And then with it being up to the judge whether or not there was any adequate, fair discovery, it leaves questions like, is that judge going to allow the same fairness for discovery for each case? Or is it just going to be what he decides each moment from each hearing?
Right. So the rules of court apply at all times. Okay. And as far as moving something up to court, again, when Mr. Miller filed a restraining order request only, okay, that's within the jurisdiction. It's a temporary restraining order. It's within the jurisdiction of the magistrate court. As far as discovery, okay, let's think about that for a minute, in a restraining order. So if a person says you were on the corner of Socastee and whatever Boulevard at 2 p.m. last Sunday, okay, what are you asking discovery for? You're not asking, the person asking for the restraining order has the burden of proof, okay, and of course you defend yourself. So there's not really a need for discovery from Mr. Miller himself. There's just, you just look at the complaint. They're very simple. They're forms that are created by our
She'll be right back, I'm sure.
Regina, you're muted.
She's on pause, too. She probably had to answer a call or something. Uh-oh, she hopped down.
Oh man, I wanted to ask her a question.
I'm asking it kicked me off for some reason, and it kicked her off at the same time.
Yeah, I have a question to ask her too.
I'm done with my questions, so I'm just gonna mute myself, and you guys can. If she comes back, talk.
Good questions, though.
Thank you.
Well,
thank you.
I hope that answer. She's gonna try. She just texted me. She's gonna try to get back in. She got a phone call. One other thing is that there was a little bit of confusion about what happened in there and what was going on. And so now here come the rumors. Oh my God, Herb texted Regina and said they were saying that. No, actually, I got a text from her that said, "Hey, I just found that live. How do I join?" And that's when I interrupted whoever I interrupted and asked Miss Holly to bring her up. I did not know that because she didn't even know how to join the room. She was literally listening from like, the outside, how you tap the room to join. Because you
Yes.
saw when I said, tap the screen, she taps the screen and then tap the request plus, and then so she just happened to, her employee actually had heard it, and then what's Girl Talk fake account? What is that? Who's a fake account?
Hey, somebody needs to watch the door,
Who's a fake account?
please. It's uh the girl talk.
Not only if you look, she literally has as many. Well, before this right here, she had as many followers as people following. She's never went live. I literally had to tell her. You guys heard it right when I said punch the little plus request button beside me. Um,
Yes.
she's never done a live before. She's literally texting me, "How do I do this? How do I do this?" So, um, and so anyway, that was. I wish she'd come back in here because I had one other question about what happened in the cross yesterday. Um,
Yeah, we need some more mods in here because some people are going to, yeah.
Calm down. I'm trying to. Steph, you're a mod now.
Now I guarantee you they're gonna try and twist it up and say that Regina's hurting the case. Give me a break.
well, I didn't know. I made the comment when I walked out of the courtroom, and I wish there's nobody in here that was there. I think, and I said, "Wow, I didn't realize that Regina was a part-time manager for the for the county." And somebody looked at me and said, "What the heck are you talking about?" I said, "Well, she just mopped the floor with JP in there." I said, "If you ask me, that makes her a janitor." Anyway, I was being funny, but and I did say also that yesterday that they, and when I say they, I'm talking about possibly the other side was not expecting um, the politeness and the of the people that were there for the defendant Regina and Micah, because there was not one yell, there was not one go Micah, we're here for Micah, team Micah. There was not one statement in the parking lot, in the foyer, um, anything. And because that judge has the right to seal that courtroom, to shut the doors, which Regina said in Guru, she said that in your video, which was actually Guru he was played in the courtroom. And his video was one of the three that was played. And so that judge has the right, if there's any disorderly, to just close the doors. Wait, there is one fake account that came in. They thought Regina did not. How do I get back? Okay. I'm sending Regina a text now. Hold on one second.
Tell her I have a question for her too.
She's coming back. She's coming back. I've got to get her back in here. Copy link.
Yeah, she's not, y'all. She's giving us educated answers and not legal advice.
As soon as she gets back in here, we'll get her back up on panel if she will.
Yeah, as soon as she comes in, if you would.
Oh.
You're exactly right, Dana.
There
Okay,
she.
be watching. Did she come in?
Yeah.
There she is. She's back.
Hey, y'all, sorry about that. Obviously, a long day and the battery gave out. So,
Oh, see, I was being nice, Regina. I told him you got a phone call. She texted me
oh,
and said her battery died. See, we got to get our story straight.
yeah, my battery died. So anyway, from when I was talking before, I lost a connection there. I was talking about discovery and the magistrate court and court reporters and all that kind of stuff. So I wanted to just circle back real quick to discovery, because something that needs to be cleared up with regard to discovery. Yes, discovery is available in circuit court, okay? And depending on what the case is will determine what you're allowed to get in terms of discovery. So, when people say, yeah, let's do discovery so we can dig all these things out that we all want to know answers to. Well, if you go beyond the scope of what is laid out in the lawsuit, then that's that you can't do that. That's a misuse. You'll get in trouble for that as an attorney. So for instance, again, we'll go back to the lawnmower. Let's pretend it's a $10,000 lawnmower, and we're up in circuit court at this point, and you want to go do discovery, and you want to ask somebody questions that are not relevant to the transaction of borrowing the lawnmower or destroying the lawnmower or whatever they did to it. So if you go outside of that scope in your discovery request, then you're actually in violation of the rules of ethics as an attorney. And so that won't be permitted. And so, you can't use the tool of discovery for other purposes. It has to be within the confines of what the lawsuit is about.
All right, Regina, I have a question. It pertains to running people's tags. Is it illegal for ex-agents, ex-police officers, ex-attorneys to be doing that type of thing?
Well, quite frankly, I don't know the legal answer to that question, but I know this part of it as an attorney. If I want a tag, for a tag to be ran, then I have to fill out a specific form and lay out a specific legal reason for it. So my knowledge is that that's not appropriate, but I don't know the law. I can't say, oh yeah, pursuant to law such and such, that's not there. I don't know what the availability of that is, but I do know this, that even I as an attorney, I can't just pop into the police station and go, hey, run this tag for me, tell me who it is. What I can do, an example is, as an attorney, say for instance, I have a client that was in a hit and run accident, but we got the tag number, right? So, and it was on a dark road or whatever. The police weren't there. There were no cameras or whatever, but we can take that tag number. I can submit it to the DMV with a special form, and lay out on there, that I'm requesting this for a legitimate legal purpose, and that legitimate legal purpose is that my client was involved in a hit and run accident, and we need to identify who the other vehicle was. So as far as I know, even like I said, lawyers don't have a secret database where we can run tags. We have to go through the appropriate authorities to get information related to tags as well. So while I don't know the legal answer to that, I just know that me as an attorney, I have a difficult time to, getting that unless I go through a particular procedure. So I don't want to make any assumptions that anybody's doing something illegal or whatever, but to me, it just doesn't seem quite right to me.
All right. Thank you for answering that for me.
Sure. Something else I need to touch on, I think, that I heard somebody mention, a little piece of it, I think, was about the purchase of my home. Okay. There was, I would just say it was totally misleading to some degree, but basically, the house that I purchased like 2 years ago, well, 7 years before I purchased my house, Mr. Reginald Miller or Wayne Miller or Reggie Miller, whatever he goes by, had gotten, on behalf of a church that he had at the time, Cathedral Baptist, I think it was, had gotten a judgment, a confession of judgment. And confession of judgment is when someone, they say, hey, I know I owe you this money. I don't want you to file a lawsuit against me, or not necessarily I don't want you to file a lawsuit against me, but I don't think it's necessary because I'm admitting that I owe you this money. And so that can be either from a loan, it could be from, I took your loan more and I owe you $1,000, but I don't have it right now. I'll sign a confession of judgment saying that, proving that it's owed to you. And so that secures that debt for the person that the money's owed to for whatever reason. So he had obtained a confession of judgment 7 years before I bought my house on behalf of his alleged church against Miss Califf, who was the owner of the house that I bought. So fast forward 7 years, whenever I go to buy my home, there was that judgment thing was hanging out there. Somebody made a comment, she's a lawyer, why would she hire a lawyer to do closing? People, I'm a litigator. I don't do real estate transactions. I don't, that's a different animal. That's kind of like people, if you think about it in terms of doctors, most people have this misunderstanding that lawyers know every aspect of every law in every corner of the world, and that's just not the case. It's the same thing if you think about it like doctors. You don't want your podiatrist operating on your brain, and you don't want your brain doctor operating on your heart. Every doctor usually specializes in some particular area because it's almost impossible for any one person to know and be able to do everything there is with the human body. So it works kind of the same way with lawyers. There are some lawyers who go into contract law. They've never walked into a courtroom a day in their life, and they would be lost. They wouldn't know what to do. And then there's other lawyers who, all they do is, maybe family court. They wouldn't know what to do in another court. And all of that's perfectly fine. And when we go to law school, it is true that we touch on all of these types of subjects because you should kind of know a little bit enough about something to know that you don't know enough about it to deal with it and to refer it to another lawyer who does that. For instance, I don't do workers' compensation law. I know enough about how to recognize that it's a workers' compensation case. I can refer it to a lawyer that I trust. I don't do Social Security disability law. I know just enough about it as a lawyer to recognize what it is and to be able to send it to somebody else. So I don't do my own closings on, or a house that I purchased. I wouldn't do my own closing. And plus, haven't you heard of that thing, lawyers should never represent themselves. And that's, to say objective, basically. So anyway, I did hire a lawyer to handle my closing. When I went to my closing, and I did an in-person closing, I don't get to see the documents from the seller's side at my closing. All I get to see are the documents on my side of the transaction, which is saying, hey, bank, thank you so much for the money, and here's how I'm going to pay it back to you. And yes, I'm going to sign this document that allows you to place a mortgage from the note against my, soon-to-be home so that the bank is secured in the money that I'm borrowing to buy my home. I only see my side of the transaction. It's not until later when everything is recorded from both the seller side and the buyer side. And really at the end of that, I still don't really get to see, what's on the seller side. That's, frankly, it's none of my business what's on that side, okay? But what does happen is, and what did happen is at my closing attorney said, hey, I think that we found something, not really sure about it. It's not like a true lien, but this little judgment thing hanging out there, it seems to be attached to the house. We need to dig into it and figure it out. And what do? I'm signing 800 pieces of paper, trying to get, my dream house here. And they even said, hey, do you want a copy of your documents? I said, no, just email them to me, because I was going to sit there and wait for them to copy, 50 pages of paper, and I needed to get on somewhere else. So anyway, it was, so I left. I didn't know anything else about it. And I think that was, goodness, y'all have to forgive my memory. I think it was in June, I believe it was, that I had closed on the house. I want to say. But anyway, it wasn't until what, a year later, not even a year later, that Micah walked into my office, and actually about not even a week before I met Micah, our beautiful Micah, I had already decided that I was going to sell the house. And that's another thing that's going around, like, oh, now she's selling her house and all these kinds of things. People, I'm selling my house because my children are in college in Florida, and they're in serious relationships, and they've told me they're never coming back to Myrtle Beach, and I am not going to be a long distance grandmother. So I'm like, well, I've got to move to Florida, so I decided to put the house up for sale, and had sent an email to my closing attorney's paralegal and said, hey, I just realized that I never found out if y'all, I assume y'all got rid of that, whatever it was, lien judgment or something on the house. And the paralegal was like, oh, yeah, well, let me get that to you. And she emailed it to me. Well, lo and behold, about that time was when here comes Micah, and I'm dealing with her case and, working diligently to get things filed as quickly as possible. And I never went back to my personal email to look at any of that. And then, of course, what happened next is, after we got everything filed and got Mr. Miller served, and then the passing of Micah, the whole bottom fell out of the earth. And I was wrapped up in, dealing with many, 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 many things that the public doesn't even know about, that I can't even talk about. So I never even went back to see the email until just recently. And I went, oh my God, these people are right. This man's name is on paperwork. And it made me even feel icky just to know his name was on something. But I went and looked at all that stuff. I questioned whether that judgment was legitimate or not. And I questioned whether it should have been paid or not. And quite frankly, I never knew if it was paid or not. But then I looked at some bankruptcy paperwork and I read it. I am not a bankruptcy attorney either, but I do think I know how to read. and when I read the bankruptcy papers, it appeared to me, and I am not a bankruptcy attorney, I have to keep saying that, but when I read the papers, it seemed to me that no money was supposed to come out of the sale of this house, of my house, at all. It was supposed to come from another source. So that's a whole different thing. But I just wanted to make it clear. I never knew of Mr. Reginald Miller, or Reginald Wayne Miller, whichever way his name is. I've never heard of him before. Somebody else made that comment. How can that be? He was a big, guy. And people, I don't know that man. I just, I don't know him. I know what else to say. And as far as his name being on my paperwork, and actually when I looked at it in the beginning, you can't even read it. I mean, it's a scribble, and I didn't even know it was his name until, it was brought to my attention that may be. And I looked at the paralegal the notary is the one who said, the notary is the one who wrote his name out as the person who had signed it. So I was not in cahoots with Mr. Reginald Wayne Miller to defraud an elderly lady out of some money that was just absolutely ludicrous. If you go and look at the dates on things and what I'm telling you, it all lines up. I have nothing to hide over here. I have nothing that I've tried to do underhanded in any kind of way about anything. Micah, I fell in love with her the minute that I met her. And I understood immediately what she was living in. I understood exactly what we were up against and what kind of, situation we were dealing with. And, and I'm sorry, I'm just going on and on and on. I probably should shut up and let some questions be asked. But the other one I need to address is about the restraining order. Okay, I've heard that out there a whole bunch of times. People go, well, why didn't Regina Ward give her a restraining order? People, I'm a lawyer. I don't give restraining orders. Judges give restraining orders, okay? As the lawyer, I request a restraining order. And yes, I did request a restraining order. You want to hear about a fault in the system? I'll tell you a fault in the system. It makes me angry every time it happens. Is whenever I asked for, and I filed my motion for the restraining order in family court, I asked for that in April? They gave me a date in June, okay? I couldn't get Micah into court before June. That is ridiculous, and had I got her into court sooner, I feel like things could have, been different. And, every person that's ever been touched by her life, I'm sure, has looked back and said, is there something that I could have done differently? Is there something that I should have seen better? Is there something that I should have, whatever? And I have that all the time. And I think that's just, human, normal to feel like that. But I'm angry that we didn't get into court sooner. I think that's something that needs to be fixed in our county. We've heard that, what's been told to lawyers is that it's a problem because we don't have enough court reporters. So anybody out there that's looking for a great job, please go get your license to be a court reporter. We obviously need more of them. I don't know if there's this huge shortage of people who want to be court reporters. I think it's an amazing job. I mean, to get to sit in a courtroom and hear what happens in there every day. But that's what we've been told, is there's a problem with the number of court reporters that are available for court. And then we have a limited number of judges. Now, Horry County is, we got, 3 judges. So that's like, well, actually, I guess it's 2 and 1 that rotates. But it's not, of course, it'd be nice to have more judges too. But there's just so many cases a judge can hear in a day. And when the book gets filled up, it gets filled up, But there's got to be a way to fix that, to get people into court sooner. And I already know those people out there are also saying, well, wait a minute, you could have filed for an emergency hearing. No, I could not. I wouldn't be complying with my ethical duties. You can't file for an emergency restraining order in family court unless the terms that we use is that there is bloodletting, okay? That means that somebody's life is in danger immediately, okay? And if a lawyer goes around and willy-nilly files a request for emergency hearing, the judges are going to take it as crying wolf. And I am very proud of my reputation and my integrity with the court. They know that if I ask for an emergency, it's a daggone emergency, okay? And people will say, well, Micah's case was an emergency. Well, I tend to agree with that, but not from a legal standpoint. On a legal standpoint, Micah had moved out of the marital home. She was, living with her godmother. She had obtained a job somewhere else. She had a car. And we know how all those things came about. But the court will be looking at it that that's not an emergency, okay, that we can get in there a little bit later. Plus, they didn't have minor children together. A lot of times that'll get you in the court faster if there's minor children involved, because we don't want silly parents who are in competition in a courtroom to beat each other to the schoolhouse to get the kids and use them as leverage. It's just not good. And so the other thing is, people will say, well, you could have filed a motion for an expedited hearing. Well, yeah, I could have filed a motion for an expedited hearing, but the judge would have said, well, why does your client get to move to the front of the line when she appears to be in a safe place and away from, her alleged abuser? So none of those things were going to work in her situation. And so it's unfortunate that we couldn't get into court sooner, but I did file a motion for a restraining order, multiple restraining orders, 3 of them, in fact. The first one was a personal restraining order against Mr. Miller. The second one was a restraining order against Mr. Miller disposing of marital assets while things were pending. And the third one was a restraining order to prevent him from incurring additional marital debt that could have been that Micah could have been subjected to being responsible for. So I filed all of those restraining orders. We just didn't get to court. We just didn't get to court in time. And if we'd gotten to court sooner, would it have made a difference? It may have, because I would have had an order that said, if you do this, that, and the other, I've got you right here. I've got a remedy. It's called contempt of court. Contempt of court will put somebody into jail up to a year for violating a court order. And that's got some pretty strong teeth to it, you know. So that have to get to straighten some of this stuff out. So I'd like to answer any questions anybody else has, because it's really important to me that you get it from the horse's mouth, so to speak. I don't want people wandering around, having these misled, these misleading things that are put out there and making judgments against me. I don't expect everybody to like me, but I can tell you this, I can guarantee you this one. If you never met me, if you ever got to know me, you would understand how passionate I am about not only Micah, but mostly, in addition to that, about the situation and the environment that she was living in, living under a coercive control situation. And you've heard me say it in the past and on the news and at the press conference. There's no doubt in my mind that had the coercive control law bill been on the books, there's a possibility we would have our beautiful Micah here with us today.
Hi, Ms. Ward. My name is Stephanie from Steph's Case Files. It's nice to meet you.
And likewise, Stephanie, you do a great job.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
I wondered if you could give us an update where we are on Micah's list and getting that bill passed.
Yeah, thank you for that. That is going to be a tough, as Grandpa said, row to hoe. Okay, it takes a lot. I have been doing research and collecting things to get information, to the General Assembly. So the way that process works is, as I touched on before, is that someone says, hey, this is a law that we think would be, pertinent to our, our constituents, and let's take a look at it. So usually what they do is somebody drafts a proposed law like they did before, 4 or 5 years ago. And I'm not going to I'm just be candid about it. The one that was originally written, I'm also a criminal defense attorney. When I read it, I was like, goodness, if somebody came to me being charged with that, I could get them out of it. Well, my goal, being part of that coercive control law, agenda, is to make sure that doesn't happen. I saw things where it could be tightened up. I saw some places, as you saw on Micah's list, there are a lot of things that were left off of that bill. But to get it passed into law, it takes a lot of work in that. First of all, you got to get some legislator, whether it's in the House of Representatives or in the Senate, to come forward. I was going to say another word with the bravery to be the one to go up and say, hey, I'd like to introduce this bill and take it and present it. And then at that point, it's supposed to go to a committee. And when it gets to a committee, they get a group of people together that goes, all right, let's see what we got, what we're, working with. They'll do additional research. They'll look at other states. They'll look at other places that already have the law in place and see how it's working, see what's not working. And it's, it's like taking it into the mechanic shop, and everybody gets in there and turns wrenches and shares ideas and does all the things to make it, what they think is a better law for the state of South Carolina. But that's the first step, is to get it introduced. And, if anybody who saw my press conference, I was there with a big box of ginormous purple envelopes, and they were big on purpose, and they were purple on purpose. I wanted them to stand out. I didn't want them to get lost in probably the billions of pieces of letters that go to the General Assembly every day. And I wanted them to stand out. And I said, look for your purple envelopes. So I want you to guess how many people actually responded to my purple envelope.
I have no idea.
Well, that's
5%.
right. 0.
Wow.
0. 0. I got no one to call me back. I have tried multiple times to get an appointment and an audience with Senator Luke Rankin, who's the head of the Judiciary Committee. He has the power and authority. He's a senior senator with a lot of pull and a lot of connections, and is respected by pretty much everyone down there. He's been down there a long time. It would be wonderful if he would take it up. It'd be wonderful if he would return my call. It'd be wonderful if he'd accept my invitation to meet. It'd be wonderful if somebody would return my request to set up an appointment. I'll come to his office, but that's not happening. So that's disappointing, but that doesn't mean we quit. I'm still collecting signatures for the petitions to support it so that we can show to the General Assembly, that a lot of people are interested in having this as a bill. But the bill had a lot of problems with it initially. We got to remember this most important thing that we all live under, and it's called the United States Constitution. And we have certain rights that are protected under that. And so, as if someone is charged with a crime, we want that Constitution to kick in, because if you're wrongfully charged, or if we don't want, unreasonable searches and seizures by the government, i.e. the police, etc. So it's really important. So there are certain constitutional elements there, the 14th Amendment rights, have to be taken into account when you're writing those bills. It's not that simple. I have people go, oh, well, you just write it out and let's go. No, it doesn't work that way. There's a lot that goes into it. And it takes a long time to get a bill through. But it's certainly, if it could get some traction with somebody in the General Assembly, if someone would, pick it up and adopt it, put their name on it, and start pushing it through and see if we could get it, if there was enough public outcry to say, hey, we want this is something, then your legislators are going to listen, especially ones who want to be, reelected and so forth. But it's a lot to do to get it there. And so where it is right now, it's flat. There's research on my desk. I've got binders of, countries and states and everything that's done this. And by the way, anybody want to do some research, please call me up. I could use some extra hands on this stuff. But it would be great if I had at least one senator or one House of Representative that would reach out and say, I'm on board, and then we could really get some things moving.
I have a question, if you wouldn't mind, Miss Ward. It's nice to meet you. My name is Tree.
Hi, Tree. Yes, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sure. I am a DV and SA survivor. And, even through social media, a lot of us actually try to support the DV and SA survivor community, and that's including men and women.
Of course.
Is there a way that people in general can talk to, say, police departments to try to give more information on a DV or SA standpoint to maybe better help training with these officers when they're dealing with these kind of calls, in your opinion?
Yes, absolutely. There is a great deficit in that area, and I'm so glad that you brought that up, because that's another thing. That's another thing that I'm running up against, is the lack of education about the insidiousness of coercive control abuse. People, we all have this thing in our head that abuse means it leaves marks. The most deadly abuse does not leave marks. It's a psychological abuse. That tactic has been used in the military for many years. It's, psychological torture. And I see that as exactly what coercive control manipulation is from abusers. And so people have not got their mind wrapped around this type of abuse. And we need a lot of money put into it to educate, beginning from, our little tots on up. And the police, as well as the judges, okay, need to really understand the magnitude of what we're dealing with here. It just really makes me angry, quite frankly, that it's not taken as seriously as it should be. And sometimes I feel like I wish that I had a bigger vocabulary or something, because I feel like that I just struggle to articulate. I can't come up with an elevator speech, so to say, that will express, how important this is, and how devastating, absolutely devastating this form of abuse is. And there needs to be a lot in education just for the general public. There needs to be specific training to our police officers. There needs to be specific training to our judges who are going to be making the calls on, in family court or in magistrate court for, the types of restraining orders. So yes, very good point. I think that you're right on for there.
One other thing I'd like to add to what she said, Regina, do you think it's a problem with, and Attorney Ward, I'm sorry, um, is, do you think it's a problem with
That's
the
okay. You're
older,
not Mr. Miller.
you can tell that story, I'm not going to tell it. Do you think it's a problem with judges maybe a generation older than us, that they, women were treated a little differently 30, 40 years ago than today? And do you think it's a problem maybe with the older judges as well being not educated, or is it just across the board?
Well, no, I don't think it has to do with particularly age. You know, I think that, and of course, this is just my opinion. I don't know anything, but I feel like a lot of people who have lived in a cushier lifestyle, and by the way, I did not. I'm first generation high school graduate on both sides of my family. So for me to even go through law school was like, I must have been picked up by the wrong people at the hospital or something. But anyway, it's like, it's not necessarily age. If it's not happening to you, you don't know about it. It's the same thing. I can it to you like this. Whenever you have a relative who is diagnosed with some condition, especially if it's a terminal condition, it may be something you never paid much attention to. But what happens after you become, when it comes into your life, then you're on board with going on the 5K walks. You want to raise money, awareness, that kind of thing. So if it's not happening to them, then it's not really happening in the world, is how I feel about it, which circles right back to education. This is not to say that, people of great financial means don't have the ability to understand this. This type of insidious abuse happens in all levels of socioeconomic status, and so it's not in one area, it's in all areas. And until we have the education that says, abuse can occur, that psychological abuse can occur that doesn't leave marks. I call it invisible abuse. It's so hard for a person who is living in that situation to try to explain to their friend, their neighbor, their mother, their brother, or whatever, what it is, because whenever you say the few things, he cut off my credit card. Well, did you spend too much money? Well, no, I don't think. Well, he said I did. He took my car. Was it your second wreck? Maybe it's, it just seems like all of the things that in the totality of circumstances with regard to coercive control. And that's what creates it. It's the totality. I've had people go, wait a minute, if I cut off my wife's credit card, am I going to get arrested? No, that's just silly. It's a matter of all these different types of patterns that are put together, and what those are intended to do They are intended to oppress. They are intended to dominate. They're intended to intimidate. That's what the intent is for those things. So normal things that we have in, marriages and relationships or, different things like that may happen. They don't necessarily rise to a level of abuse. But I just think that it comes right back around again. It's about education and people being able to understand it. And, even myself, I'm struggling. Like I said, if somebody can help me develop an elevator speech, a pitch, so that when I'm talking to different people to say, hey, let me explain to you what's happening. And in this world that we need the reason we need this law, because it's just so difficult for someone to wrap their mind around it whenever you try to describe it. You have to sit down and you have to take Micah's list and you have to say, start at the top. And when you get finished, then let's talk. And then once they finish that entire list, they go, dang, okay, now you got my, attention. Evidently, it didn't work with any of our legislators because I sent it to every one of them. And that's disappointing. But education is a big deal. Teaching our children right now, raising our children appropriately, getting people diagnosed appropriately, with certain issues.
Absolutely. There's one other concern when it comes to DV victims and or survivors, is where men is a part of that equation. What can a man with children do that leaves an abusive relationship? Where can they go? Because we know women have shelters to go to with their children, but men don't.
Well, actually, women don't in Horry County. Nobody does. Horry County is a thing that's been, a real thorn to me, is that there's not been a domestic violence shelter in Horry County for about 12 years. And so what the, quote, remedy has been in Horry County is to send everybody to Georgetown because Georgetown has one. Well, guess what? Is anybody paying attention here? Georgetown is, the next county down, okay? And they only have 7 beds, from what I understand there. So they have limited resources. They're full all the time. And then let's think about this. If you leave that situation and you have children and they're enrolled in school, say, and I don't know where everybody is in the world on this right now, but in Horry County, the upper part of our county is a town called Little River. And if you live in Little River and your children go to school in Little River and you have to shelter down in Georgetown with your children, which, by the way, is like an hour, 45 minutes down the road, are you going to wake your children up at 4:30 a.m. to get them to school? I mean, that's just ridiculous. It's not practical, and it's just incensing to me. It just makes me so angry I can hardly talk about it. And the other part of that is that, you got to have money in the budget for it. It obviously was not anything of importance to our legislators, to give money. Well, I'll take that back. I'll tell you a story. There's 2 gentlemen that have been working really hard to get a domestic violence shelter in Horry County. And going out and hitting the pavement and asking friends and having fundraising events and stuff like that, because they needed $3 million to build a state-of-the-art facility that would have the best security. So whenever people would go, survivors could go out into the lawn and have their children play out there in the sunshine and grass without, their abuser coming by, giving them the eye or snatching the kid or, making gestures and things like that. So they wanted to build a state-of-the-art facility. And they needed $3 million. They went to the General Assembly and asked to be put in the budget because they do have funds that they give to different charities and organizations to, 501c type places, okay? So they went and approached the General Assembly. General Assembly was very generous, and they gave them $1 million. That's a lot of money, $1 million. Well, that's only 1/3 of the way to go, right? So then you circle around, and then the Grand Strand Humane Society, which is a noble cause that takes care of homeless animals, they want to build a $6 million shelter. And they go to the General Assembly, and they get granted, guess how much? $3 million, which was exactly the amount that was needed to build a shelter a decade ago. So that kind of stuff makes me angry. People don't pay enough attention to what happens in the budget. It's all boring stuff, but it's very critical. So anyway, at this point, the two gentlemen I was speaking of, and I'm not going to say their names because I don't have their permission to say their names, but they're two very fine gentlemen who are very kind-hearted and have busted their behinds to make this happen. They were able to find a benefactor, a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful local family that donated the land for this domestic violence shelter to be built. So that took away, the having to find money to buy land, because that's what they were looking at some point. So now, I don't know if you've seen, but now they finally got enough money. They got the land, they got the money, and now they're going to start building the thing. But it is despicable that we have not had a shelter here in Horry County for more than a decade. That's I don't know. I can't even talk. This makes me so mad. But anyway, as far as going back to men versus women and needing to shelter, yes, men are victims of abuse too. It's not just a female thing, although, it's quite, obvious from the statistics, it's primarily women. But it can happen to men too. I've seen it happen to men too. And as far as that happens, this new shelter in Horry County is going to have, a section for men who are trying to shelter and with their children. So that's on the plan. It's just not available now.
Okay, Tiger Lily wanted up, so I'm going to hop out of the box. It was nice to meet you, Miss Regina, and you have a wonderful evening, and thanks for all your information.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
Hi.
I was just wanting your opinion, if you're able to offer it, on Mark Brunty, if he is assisting JP in order to assist with the potential arrest.
If Mr. Brunty is assisting Mr. Miller in a potential arrest?
If
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
If he's assisting JP in order to assist him when the FBI arrests him in the future.
I got you. Okay, so you can go to SC for South Carolina, SC Bar, and that's our South Carolina Bar Association, scbar.org, I think it is. That might be .com, I apologize, but I think it's scbar.org. And they have a directory on there where you can look up people's names to see if they are actually licensed attorneys in the state of South Carolina. Every licensed attorney in the state of South Carolina is going to be listed in that directory. The other thing that you'll find in that directory is if the lawyer has had any grievances against them, or if they've been sanctioned by the Office of Disciplinary Committee. Those are going to be laid out there too. So you can go there and look up and see. Mr. Brunty used to be an attorney.
Yes, I noticed.
Okay.
I noticed that. But I saw, I believe it was somewhere online that's what he does, is allegedly assist people with,
yes, ma'am. I know what you're talking about. There's some web page that he has saying that because of his experience in federal penitentiary himself, that he has the ability to mentor people, white-collar crime criminals who are facing time in prison. He promotes himself as a mentor to them. So he might give you some tips, I'm guessing, on what to expect and how to get his affairs in order, assuming if he gets arrested and gets convicted, I should say that, and he goes to prison. I'm assuming Mr. Brunty's got a lot of experience since I think his sentence was about 4 years or something like that.
So do you think that might be why he's assisting him, or just totally something else?
Well, according to Mr. Miller, John Paul Miller's testimony in court under oath, is that Mr. Brunty was assisting him with assembling and creating legal documents. So if he's
Okay.
doing anything else for him, I don't know, but that's what Mr. Miller testified to in court.
Thank you. I was just curious.
Yeah, but he could be on he could be on the side to be a mentor, if in fact that happens.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Miss Ward. Thank you for coming up. As you can tell, you have Micah's armies here.
Yes.
Yes, and a lot of people, and I want to kind of see if you can touch on this regarding Micah's law. A lot of people have gone through it. I know there's tweaking and this and that, but at the very end of her law, it's about I believe, if this is the correct term, POA.
Yes, a power of attorney.
Correct, which he had on her.
Yes.
How would this law protect others if that's in the law?
Yes,
or is that something that can be taken out?
No, we don't want it taken out. We want it in there. It does need to be tightened up, and just let me explain why. So,
Thank you.
I've been practicing law for a long time, and I've had an opportunity to deal with all kinds of families and people in lots of different circumstances. And so, as an example, there was a lady that I represented, and her mother had gotten dementia. Okay, now if you've ever been around anyone that has that, they still have the ability to, make themselves a sandwich, sit down and watch TV. I mean, there's different, stages of that. But they become vulnerable to the wolves of the world, right? The scam artists who are going to come in and say, "Hey, give me a Social Security check and I'll bring you back 3 times that much," right? So they're vulnerable to the wolves of the world. And so usually whenever you have those types of documents and power over a person, a couple of things happen, okay? Number one, you have a fiduciary duty, meaning that there are certain things that, you have promised that you will abide by the law, that you won't steal money from the person that you're protecting, that you won't do anything, against their best interest. Now, we all know that there are people out there that don't do the right thing, okay? But circling back to the lady that I was representing and helping with her mom, is that mom was constantly, trying to say, "Hey, I'm going to go get my other daughter to take me to a different lawyer, and I'm going to take you off of my power of attorney so you can't come in here and tell me, what I can do and what I can't do." And so lawyers are required to check what we call competency of a person whenever they're entering into these legal documents. These documents give a lot of power to the individuals that you select to have these powers, right? So our duty as attorneys is to make sure that the person that we're writing them for are competent to do so. And so the way we do that is, of course, we do the little test. I'm sure everybody's heard the little test here and there where they go, who's the president? What year is it? But in law, it's a little bit different. And South Carolina has a really crazy thing. We have this thing that's called a lucid moment. So you could be, back crazy. And if you have a lucid moment, you can sign your documents. But anyway, you don't want people who really need to be under the care of those types of documents to be able to come about and say, my daughter is, should be charged with coercive control crime because she won't let me drive my car anymore. Why? Because daughter says she has dementia and she can't, she'll lose her way or whatever, So you have to be able to have powers over the people who need it and for what the purposes are. And there are laws on the books that says that you have to comply with certain laws to make sure you're carrying out your duties appropriately. Now let's talk about Micah's power of attorney specifically. What people don't understand is the power of attorney document, okay? There's a couple of different kinds. There's the regular power of attorney, and then there's a durable power of attorney. If it's a general power of attorney, you write those when you're competent, when you're young, or when you're, not feeble of mind, etc. And you name certain people to handle your affairs in case you become incompetent or incapacitated. In other words, if you were in a terrible wreck and in a coma for 3 months, you don't want your house going into foreclosure because nobody has access to your checkbook to pay your mortgage, right? So that's what those documents do, is to help protect you in those types of scenarios. So during a regular power of attorney, if you become in a situation where you're incompetent, that power of attorney is no longer in effect, okay? For it to remain legally in effect beyond you becoming diagnosed with like dementia or some mental health problem or whatever, you have to have a doctor say that happened, okay, for it to become effective. The power of attorney that was out there for Micah was not effective, in my opinion. The other thing is that in South Carolina, we require them to be recorded with the Register of Deeds. Don't ask me why it's the Registrar of Deeds, but that's where we record them. And they don't go into effect unless you have your own personal doctor and another doctor agree that someone should take over that power, because that's what, it's usually doesn't come into play until you're unable to. You can be totally competent too and give a power of attorney. For instance, if you happen to have a condition where you're maybe say, excuse me, bedridden or something, and you can't get to the bank, you need to give somebody else authority or things like that to help you with. But that does need to stay in there. And what you have to remember too is remember what I tell, if you heard me earlier, I'm not sure if you did or not, but with coercive control and it being a law, what will be required is for it to be more than one type of incident, more than one type of abuse, like financial plus something else. It has to be, it can't be just the one thing. So it wouldn't give somebody an out, but it would be a safety net for someone who's not a coercive control abuser to maintain the power that they should have over those who actually are incompetent to do so.
Okay, so how, after saying when she passed, how did he still have power of attorney over her after her passing? Is it because of the marriage?
Okay, so when someone dies, nobody has power of attorney anymore. The power of attorney dies with the person. So there is no power of attorney anymore. It's nothing there. But I don't know if, I think maybe a copy of the power of attorney went around, but there was something very unusual in Micah's power of attorney. And it said that if she was separated or going through a divorce, that her brother is the one who had the power of attorney. So that would not have been Mr. Miller when she was living. Okay, because
that is correct. And that's why I'm asking, is because that has gone around. And a lot of us, Micah's Army, has had a lot of questions. And I thank you so much for being up here to clear some of this up for a lot of us.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. It wasn't a plan. I don't even know how I came across it. I think it was her. It sent me a thing that's a link or something, and I scrolled, and here you guys are. And I was just listening a little bit, and I heard some things that were stated that were not. They were I wouldn't say not exactly accurate, but have been based on incomplete information. I'll put it that way. So glad to be here.
Okay, so you were saying about with him having, that the power of attorney, obviously being that she had gone to you to go through the, for her divorce. And is that because she also was not quite in the courts stating that she was not legally separated from him, and that's why the POA was still in with him having that?
Okay, we might be getting a couple of things crossed over. So first of all, when you have a power of attorney, that is only while you're living and only if you're incompetent. Okay, power of attorney has no power if, first of all, it's not recorded, and secondly, there's not a reason for it to be in effect. So if you give somebody power of attorney, they can't take that document and just run out, because literally with the power of attorney, they can sell your house, they can manage your money and things like that. And those may all be appropriate things under the appropriate circumstances. But if somebody takes a power of attorney and abuses it, say like that, say they have power of attorney over grandma and they sell her house, but not for a good reason, as opposed to selling her house to help get some medical care or whatever it is, or the house is too big for it, whatever it is. If they abuse the power of attorney, there's laws against that. You can be charged with the crime, and that sort of a deal. Now, when you pass away, that authority goes away. So an example is this. You could say, name your daughter as your power of attorney, your durable power of attorney to handle your financial affairs. And that's primarily what that is about. And then in your will, which goes into effect after you die, right? So your power of attorney is alive when you're alive. And when you die, it dies. And what comes alive at that point is who you name as your personal representative. That's what we call it in South Carolina. Other states call it the executor of the estate. Okay. So once you die, your power of attorney is no longer valid. It's not effective. It's only effective for the living. Okay. And then after you pass away, when you have an estate, and I encourage everybody to have wills, okay, to make sure that your hard-earned property and things that you have and your prized possessions or your heirlooms that you want to pass down to, particular relatives and stuff, then your will says where all of that goes, right? Well, somebody's got to do the heavy lifting, okay? Somebody's got to go make sure that your wishes are carried out per your will. And so, although you named your daughter as your durable power of attorney, you can name your best friend as your executor or your personal representative, as we call them in South Carolina. And then that person is then in charge of making sure to go collect all your property, preserve your property, find out where everything is, figure out what the will says and who's supposed to get things. Now, if you die in South Carolina without a will, then the laws, of the state of South Carolina go into effect. And so there's this pecking order, as we'll put it. When you pass away, if you don't have a will to name somebody, then the law is just not going to let that hang out there, because there's no estate, okay, and that's what we call you when you die. You're the estate now, and everything that you own is part of the estate. If you die without a will, you're called intestate. So if you die intestate, then the laws say who's entitled to your property and who is entitled to serve as your personal representative or executor. So in South Carolina, if you're married, then it's your spouse, okay? And if you are married or not married, then the next thing it goes to is your parents. And if your parents are not alive, if you're not married but you have children, then it goes to your children. And if you're not married and you don't have children, then it goes to your parents. And if your parents are not living, then it comes back down to your siblings. And it's a pecking order that goes all the way down. So after Micah passed away, and she did die intestate, then that means by law that Mr. Miller gets to serve as her personal representative or executor. But, that's different than a power of attorney.
Okay, that explains a lot. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. You're welcome. Thank you for joining.
I wanted to add something real quick to something that you said before, Ms. Ward. My name is Linda. L. Joy is what I'm called here.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for being up here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
I'm sorry?
Oh, I just said thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. You mentioned wanting to be able to articulate in the best way possible what a DV survivor's experience would be, or the way you said it, an elevator speech, correct?
Almost. What I was talking about, an elevator speech or pitch, as we call it. It's that 3-second deal or whatever you call it when you're trying to promote yourself for a job, so to speak. I want to have the same thing for coercive control in order to be able to say to somebody what that is exactly. Okay, it's not just physical DV, but the emotional, the part that I'm talking about with coercive control. It's very, very difficult to succinctly put that together to where somebody can actually say, aha. Most people, whenever I try to explain it, it's like, it's not this big move, there's not this big emotional response like it is for me, and like, I want to come up with the better way to explain what is coercive control. And if I come up with the better way to explain it, then I feel like then people will, that have the ability to help get this law passed will go, aha, I get it. But quite frankly, I even looked like online for other companies that's made like little quickie videos about, trying to explain what coercive control is. And I don't think anybody ever, I haven't seen it yet. If anybody's come across one, please share it with me. But I haven't come across anything that really gets to the core of how just how abusive coercive control tactics really are. But anyway, having said that, I'd like to hear what you have to say about DV survivors.
Okay, I have a question as a DV survivor myself. We all have watched JP manipulate and try to abuse law enforcement and government officials in the court system. Do you think that if this law, if it was already a valid bill out there, do you think that he would have used this to his advantage when it comes to false claims that he was actually making about Micah? And if so, is there any way that we can either amend it or have required education for law enforcement and judges with the enactment of the law so abusers can actually use the law against their victims?
Yes, there is obviously a concern about that maybe happening because the classic malignant narcissists, they're very crafty in what they do, and they can flip things around and misuse that. It's going to take education, and it's going to take training for those who are in the situations that need to recognize it. As far as stopping bad people from doing bad things, that's going to be nearly impossible. The crux and the most important aspect of coercive control law is to be able to hold accountable those master manipulators and those abusers that are doing all of these other things to oppress and manipulate and intimidate other people. So yes, it needs to be a lot of education. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. A lot of work. It's actually pretty overwhelming to think about all that needs to be done. But we can't stop all bad people from doing bad things. We have laws on the books that say that you can't do certain things that's illegal. Well, people still do it anyway. And I tell people too, when we get restraining orders are a piece of paper. They don't stop somebody from walking up and, actually hitting you or something. But what they do is they give you a tool to hold them accountable. In other words, you broke a law. Now there's a penalty for that. And if you have a restraining order and someone violates the restraining order, there's a penalty for that. And there's, there's punishment. And so without coercive control law being enacted, or the coercive control bill being enacted into a law, we're still going to continue to have people living in this type of, abuse. And see, right now I'm even struggling to even say, what that abuse is. It's just all I can ever say is it's basically psychological torture is what it is. And it's intended to break down the victim. It's intended to degrade them. It's intended to wipe out their self-confidence. It's intended to make them not feel pretty or handsome. It's intended to destroy every aspect of a person's soul. And that's what coercive control is actually about, because that is the intent of the person that's using those tactics, is to keep them oppressed and controlled at all times.
LJ, please continue.
Yes, ma'am. If I may, I would love to be able to finish my
Yes,
thought
please
here.
do.
So there were two topics that I wanted to touch on in regards to what I was saying before. One, just as a suggestion, and as you mentioned before, if someone hasn't lived through it, they're not going to understand it. But just in this chat, just in the comments that you have down here, I could not tell you how many DV survivors there are here. And as a suggestion, I would say have us tell you what it was like. We should be able to come up with a pitch for you. I include myself because I'm also a survivor.
Understood.
Having said that, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I want you to finish.
So having said that, the other topic that was touched on is how do we get better training with law enforcement, with the judicial system, the legal system. I don't know about how we can, potentially train the legal system, but what I have researched with law enforcement is there's two ways. Either have speakers come together, do a conference or a convention, and invite the heads of police departments or the heads of police training academies to come, or you get an invitation from the police departments directly to come and speak to the officers. So that can be a campaign that can be started on a local level. It can go to a regional, to a state, and then to a national level. It is a huge undertaking, but it is by no means impossible.
Yeah, there are plenty of other states that have done a better job at protecting domestic violence survivors or people who are living in that. South Carolina has not done a good job at that. They've not made it a priority, and I would like to see it made a priority. To go back to your point of, ask others and ask people who have lived in it. Well, certainly I want that input, but I'll tell you something that nobody knows, and y'all are the first ones that's going to hear it come out of my mouth. I'm a survivor of coercive control abuse, and I know exactly what it is. And it's always been my favorite cases to get when I get a client who has a narcissist on the other side, because I know what they look like. I know how they slither. I know how they backtrack. I know how they spin. I know every move that they make, and they are the funnest ones to get in a deposition for me.
I kind of figured you were, just because of how you speak on it. I kind of figured you knew that. Sometimes some people have better talents or better experiences in regards to, like you said, spinning a sales pitch.
Yep.
There are many of us that work in sales and are also DV survivors. Yeah. There are many of us that work in marketing or publicity and are DV survivors. Because unfortunately, yes, in order to get eyeballs on it, it has to be sold like you're selling a product.
Absolutely, it does. They have to be able to, just like you said, unless you lived in it, you really don't know the extent of it. But even I, being a victim of it, still struggle at how to explain exactly what it is and why it is so devastating. I liken it to the story I used to say about myself, even, is that I was this beautiful, bright, shining light when I met this man, okay? And over a course of 9 years, I got down to a teeny tiny, itty bitty little puff of a flame left on a teeny tea light candle. And just before it was about to go out, I realized I needed to get the hell out of there. And I was trapped because I was a stay-at-home mother with 3 babies. I wanted my marriage to work. I wanted my children to grow up with both of their parents. I was brainwashed into thinking that I couldn't do things right, that, it didn't matter how I did it. It didn't matter if I was the best person in the world. I was in church all the time. I took good care of my children and was a devoted wife. And what I got in return was just absolutely the worst thing. And it was, they change every aspect of you. I went from this beautiful blonde, long hair back in the day to the short, pixie, dark hair because my husband at the time said that it looked better. That was a bold-faced lie. It was because he didn't want anybody turning their head looking at me walking by with my flow of blonde hair. But that was the beginning of it. They start chipping away, chip, little bit. Why are you wearing that dress? That doesn't look nice on you, when you're looking really good in that dress, So they chip away little by little. And when I was living in it, I used to sit there with my head shaking. And finally, with 3 babies asleep, I would say, I just don't understand here. I just don't understand why I feel so depressed and unworthy and all of these kinds of things when I thought I had so much to offer this world. And, it's just like the classic stuff. They lavish you with all of this attention in the beginning. They build you up. They go overboard and, you get flowers every day. You get all this kind of stuff. And then when they snare you, then they start stomping on you and, chipping away at who you are, taking away everything that made you attractive to them to begin with. And actually, what narcissists do is they look for those, they recognize people who would be susceptible to that, and they prey on them.
Miss Regina,
Yes.
I am so honored to talk to you.
Well, likewise. Thank you.
My daughter has a story where we were able to get her out, and some of the ladies have heard me talk. And it is very, very difficult to explain what coercive control is, but it is the most evil thing that I have ever seen. It is the stripping away of a person's soul. And it is little by little. You are punished for thinking differently. You are punished for if you didn't smile enough, you smiled too much. And it comes in little ways at first. It's like maybe a glance or withholding of love or, but then it grows. It becomes shutting off the internet. Like he would take the router with him to work. If she didn't behave and do things the way he wanted, the internet was gone for the day. You spent too much money on groceries. I'm taking your card.
100%.
Shutting your car insurance off. I'm shutting your cell phone off. We're getting in a fight, so I'm leaving and going to mom's, but I'm shutting the heat off at the cabin.
Yes, those are all coercive control tactics. And I apologize for interrupting you, but you made me just think that saying all of these things, we all need to wake up and pay attention to our own, our own family, our own friends, our own neighbors, everybody that's around you. We need people to be able to speak up and say, and I called it invisible stuff because I couldn't articulate it. I'd be like, these things are happening, but they seem like they're not that big of a deal. And I used to sit and go, God, I wish I could just catch him cheating so I could just say, that's it, I'm out of here. Because nothing ever seemed bad enough to leave the relationship.
And he pushed her around a little bit. But it was getting to the point where he
you lose somebody.
to not be there after that.
Oh, God, we lost you for just the last second or two. Didn't hear the.
Sorry. Once they touch your neck, you are 760%. Your chances go up of no longer being here in the next year. And so, that's when I got her out. But the sad thing was when I finally got her, she resembled nothing.
That's right.
The woman that I left. She questioned everything. Mom, is this, what do you think about this shirt? Is it the wrong color? Is it the wrong fit? I mean, we're talking about a $10 shirt. Who cares? Just buy it. It looks good. Wear it once. You don't like it, whatever. But when you are in a coercive control relationship, they strip you of any ability to make any decision on your own because you're so scared that it's going to be the wrong one and you'll be punished that you question yourself about everything.
Yes, absolutely. If anybody's on here that's living in a situation like that, you need to immediately get out. And then people go, well, that sounds, you just say that like it's so easy. It's not easy. But you have to find a way. You got to tell somebody. You got to reach out for help. I mean, you just got to get out of there. And people feel like they're doomed and trapped. I know I felt trapped, 100% trapped. I'd say, hey, I would like to buy a bottle of nail polish. What do you need nail polish for? You don't need nail polish. And I'm like, Jesus, and then he'd turn around and spend $300 on a pair of shoes for himself.
Miss Ward, this is another thing that I'm really struggling with because we had tons of marital photos that she sent her husband in a loving relationship.
Yep.
That ended up on porn sites all over, were sent to all of our family members. AI generated photos of my daughter and I having sex sent to everybody. We were put on the Kick app and then we were stalked by hundreds of people on that app.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
So when we talked to the DA in that state, they actually said, and this is where laws have got to change, my daughter could be prosecuted for sending pornographic material, but the husband could not for posting it to those websites. Now make that make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. So you live in Iowa? Has all this happened in Iowa, girl?
This did not happen in Iowa. This happened in Georgia and North Carolina.
Yeah. So every state is different. Every state has their laws, right? The individuals. So what may be prosecuted in one state may not be prosecuted in another state. But we have that problem here in South Carolina. People use this word, revenge porn, which is not the word that should be used because that's just not the appropriate word. But it's exactly what you're talking about, where they take those private photos that are meant for, your husband or whatever and your spouse, and they take those and disperse them. In South Carolina, it's ridiculous. There's no law against that, but what there is a law against is that if the recipient doesn't like what they received, then the person who sent it can get in trouble. It's an education thing. It's come on, women, let's step up, and all you good men that support us, step up too. It's time to say, damn it, I'm tired of it, and I'm not putting up with anything anymore, and let's get something done here. It's gonna take the town to come together and say something has to be done. That these evil people have to be stopped. Just they are murderers of personality. They are murderers of self-confidence. That's what they are. And they should be, condemned. They should be locked up. They should be put away. And so that they can't do that, because they go from one victim to the next victim to the next victim. And anybody that's involved with them knows that, things don't hit them like it does us that are victims to it. We're like, I felt like I just fell in this deep hole and he rolled on like he hit a damn speed bump, and it's not fair that I suffered more than he did, but he's the one who dealt out all of the pain. But usually they're malignant narcissists or some literally do not have the ability to have human emotion or to care about the feelings of another person. The only thing they care about is if they get called out or caught. And that's why they beat down their victims, is that they don't want, what happens behind closed doors, okay, is different than what happens out in the world with them. They come off like these grandiose, great, people that are just, very shiny people, and you bring them home and they're just dark evil.
And I would say a lot of them would probably fall into the tendencies of antisocial disorders. because the rules don't apply. And we did have a restraining order, and he came and sat 5 blocks from our house, just on the other side, and he finally did get arrested. But it does not protect you. I mean, it gives the police tools to use it if they can enforce it.
Right. But we got to be smarter too, though, don't we? We need to learn to recognize this behavior. We need to be teaching our children in dating world, to look for certain things. What is a red flag? Pay attention to a red flag. I mean, come on, I'll say that I had a gut feeling back in the day, and I had an opportunity to walk away from it. But I wouldn't listen to my inner self for whatever reason. I thought I was in love or whatever, but and I was in love. I don't mean to say whatever. I was in love. I was in love with the person that I met, but I was not in love with the person that I ended up getting. But I think that again, it always circles back to education. Our children, our sisters, our brothers, that our family, our friends, or whatever, we all need to be aware of those and know about those red flags and pay attention to them. And when you see them, run. Most people go, well, it was so loving in the beginning. Well, that's it's when it feels like it's a lot more than what what it should be, then that could be a flag. Just pay attention to other things. But getting the education out there as to what to look for in these type of beasts, okay? You got to recognize the monster, and you got to recognize what are the, what are the signs, and listen to them, pay attention to them, But it is unsettling that, it's difficult because they're constantly concerned and working hard, okay? And they all have the same patterns. They're all so predictable. That's why I love them in depositions, because they're predictable animals. I know what they're going to do before they do, because I know what they do, and it's just, it is just it's the same kind of pattern over and over and over again. And they're always concerned trying to outrun being found out what they really are. And that's why they oppress their victims, is because that victim knows the truth about them, and they are petrified that truth is going to get out. So how do they shut you up? They make you feel, they keep you shut in at home. They cut off your friends. They cut off your family. They take away your cell phone. They take away the internet. They take away your car. They take away your money. They do all of these things to keep you oppressed, so you don't go out in the world and, disclose who they are. Tell the world, shout it out. When you find one, shout it out. We need to come up with a website that says, don't date this narcissist. I don't know, but there's not one fix. There's a lot that needs to be done. It's a lot of work. And like I said, it's going to take the entire town to get it done. And it's going to take a long time, to get people's mindset changed, to recognize and appreciate and understand, just how terrible it is to live in that situation. Any other questions?
Yeah, this is Herb again. Would you, and if you guys respect her answer, but the Mrs. Ward Regina story, if you care to tell it, maybe tell it. And if you can't, then we totally understand.
Well, first of all, it's Miss Ward.
I thought it was Attorney Ward. Anyway.
It is Attorney Ward. Well, the story that he's referring to is what happened in court, and not only in court, another time, is John Paul Miller thought that he could call me Regina. Well, the only people get to call me Regina are my friends and my family. And so when I'm in a professional setting, and especially in a courtroom, when he called me Regina, I said, you will not call me Regina. You will refer to me as Attorney Ward, because that's what I am. especially when I'm standing in a courtroom and I'm not his friend. And I'm not going to be spoken to like I'm a friend, because I'm not.
It was a little more aggressive than that, but okay, that's the story, folks.
Well, maybe you should tell the story.
No, it was something like this: you will not
Oh,
address
yeah.
me, because I looked at our buddy that was sitting to my right, Mr. James Cole, and I said, I just felt like my mama just scolded me when I was a kid. And I will say this: I'm sorry, the the judge didn't even address you by your first name. So I mean, it was
Mm-hmm.
that was actually a really cool moment for us in the back, and all the Micah supporters. We were trying not to laugh.
Well, the best way to knock a coercive control, or not necessarily coercive control, but a person like that off of their feet is to take back control. Well, I'm trying to think of some other things that need to be cleared up. And
Miss Regina, Miss
Yes,
Ward,
ma'am.
this is Kelly Tiger Lily again. I want to
Yes,
tell
ma'am.
you a story to let you know how strong Micah's army is here. Is just me here?
I haven't seen her.
So this
I haven't seen
summer, okay, she was in here earlier. So this summer, we were all in a room. There she is, and it was someone she knew. She lives in Texas. The other lady was somewhere else. We were all in a live, and she got a phone call from this person with a very abusive man, and there was a lot of stuff going on that night. She had and she was in Georgia, the woman that was having
Yes.
problems. And she came into our live and she had no clue what she could do to help her to get her out of the situation that evening. The police normally will take one or another when there's something going on with the obviously abuse.
Yeah.
So we needed to get her out of the situation. She had no clue. She had children. I will tell you, because of Micah and bringing Micah's army together, we all that night got a list of who she could call, get shelters, get this, all the information we could get to Just Me, and Just Me gave it to her. This woman went to a shelter. She is out in another state, if I remember. She's one. If somebody, oh yes, can you invite her, Miss Holly? There's a panel open. But I want to tell you this story because I will never forget that night, and it's because of Micah helping all of us that night to save this woman who is now doing absolutely great.
Yeah, that's wonderful, and that literally gives me chills to know that, and that is the thing. It's like there's not enough resources. I told this story before too. It's like I sat down one night, after Micah's passing, and I thought, well, let me just kind of see, because I, hadn't paid much attention, lately with that kind of thing. And I was like, let me just see if I get on here on my computer, my laptop real quick, and I pretend that my abuser has gone to bed, passed out drunk, whatever the situation is, and I get on the laptop that he doesn't allow me to get on, and I want to get on there as fast as I can and find a way for me to get out of this situation. And I was so upset because I was trying to, I was role playing, and I was typing as fast as I could, and it took forever. I mean, all this junk came up on there. There was nothing that went straight to the point of what I was looking for in terms of help. And when I finally found a website that looked like it might be something that could help me out of that situation, which in true life by that point, he probably would have woke up and come got me at that point. But the interesting thing that I thought that I thought, wow, this is really cool. It had what was called an exit button on it. And so if your abuser was to walk into the room while you're looking at this, how to escape an abusive relationship website, well, you don't want them seeing that. So they had the escape button. When you hit the escape button, it took me to a weather station thing. I was like, what the hell? And I can see him walking up behind me going, what the hell are you looking at on there? What are you looking up? What are you doing? And never going to believe I'm looking at a weather station. Like, it needs to pop up a recipe or a singer or something, that would be innocuous and not give away. But the website didn't even work correctly. There was another time somebody was doing the dishes somewhere in here.
That's our host.
Oh,
Sorry.
got things to do. But I was really disappointed that even trying to do a quick Google search on how to get out of an abusive relationship, that there was just a bunch of junk that popped up, and I'm like, gosh, it really needs to be, something that pops up immediately. It gives you a true way. And then I found other websites that it had so many words on it, I didn't even want to take the time to read it all. And then it was, I don't know, it was just so, even for me as an attorney, I was like, this stuff is so complicated. By this point, I'm either caught or I've given up. And another area that needs work is, it's not just the decision of getting out of that situation. That's the first and most difficult step, is to make that decision. And once you make that decision, then you have to have an escape plan. And if you don't have friends or family that are near you to help you get out of that situation, there should be something else available that says, hey, it's like I've always said, like, it drives me crazy in the airports where they have these little teeny tiny signs that say, if you're a victim of, human trafficking, call this number. And then the number, first of all, you're lucky if you ever find it. And then the second thing is the number is something that's ridiculous that nobody could remember. And to me, there should be hot phones on the phone that on the walls when you walk through the airport, and you can just snag it up, and automatically all these cameras come on, and the person who's with you, your oppressor or whatever, in that situation. But and the other situation with people who are having to live in that and feel trapped because they don't have money, they don't have a car, they have babies, all of that stuff. It's like, what is the answer to get them out of the situation? Because once the decision is made, if there's not a real way to escape, then you go back and say, well, I'm just going to have to live in it. I'm going to have to make the best I can, keep my head down, and do the best that I can. And they continue to live in that situation for a very long time, and that's unacceptable.
I had a couple.
Hey, I'm Kim. I'm just sorry. Me. I'm the one that I was on a live with a few hundred people, and I busted in and I was like, my friend's trying to leave and I don't know what to do. And I love that Tiger Lily always brings that up, because Micah's Army really, I mean, people came to action. It was beautiful,
Absolutely, that's
And
wonderful.
my friend just texted me today, and she said, I just had a blast today. She's substitute teaching at her daughter's school in the special ed, and they offered her a full-time job. And she's like, I'm going to be making $60,000 a year. That's the most money I've ever made in my whole life. And yeah, so she's
Well,
thriving.
just me. Explain to her that about that night, because I want you. I want you to understand, because it touches my heart. I am.
Me too.
A alcohol abuser situation for 18 years was my first marriage. Left him with a daughter, living in Alaska on a small remote island. My second one was where I was with a gentleman who I would never marry. He had two boys. I did have a son with him. Was very verbal, very, very bad. I left with 2 suitcases. Yeah. Thank goodness we never got married. Nothing was in the courts for custody, because I called the police to ask them, if I get on an airplane, is there anything he can do to make sure I'm not going to get arrested? They said absolutely not, because there's nothing in our court system of custody regarding my son, because he could do the exact same thing. Well, let me tell you, I had my bags packed. I lied through my teeth just to get him out of there, get me on a plane, and fly from Florida back out here to where I'm at now in Washington State.
Yeah, well, I'll share my story of escape with you too when Just Me finishes hers.
Oh, well,
Thank you.
it actually wasn't me. It was a close friend of mine, and I sat back and watched my friend get slowly chipped away at for a while, a couple years. And I just supported her and waited and never said anything real bad about him. I just agreed with her, because I didn't want to isolate her from really, I was the only person that she was talking about it to. And I think it's important for the support people too to be educated, because I really didn't know a lot about domestic. I mean, I lived through it with my parents, but like I've been lucky enough to not be in that situation myself. And so um but I knew enough to just sit back and watch. And you're right when you say you are a very tiny flicker, and that's what my friend was, especially that night. So we were on a meeting together on Zoom, and he was sitting right next to her, and he was cleaning his weapons. And they had been fighting all week. It had been very bad. Every
Yeah,
time the police came, they would make her leave, and he would get to stay with the baby, which that does no good because she can't escape if she doesn't have her children.
of course.
And instead of seeing the pattern, the police just kept coming and making one leave. Well, they came that night, and I got on the phone and I was screaming, tell them he hit you, tell them, because I wanted her to make it, even if he didn't that time, because I wanted him to leave and her to stay there with the baby, because he was like, I can't leave my kid, I can't leave my kid. And he was doing that thing where he knew she would be trapped without the baby, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so
That's
he
the
finally
truth.
left and had to be gone all night, and that was like go time. I mean, she was ready, and she didn't know. I have goosebumps. Like, she didn't know what to do. She didn't even know like how to put her clothes away, really,
Yeah.
at that
Yeah.
point. She was terrified. She was so scared. And I had to be like, no, you have to get out of there and pack enough stuff for a week and get your documents. And meanwhile, I'm on a live in Casey's room, and the women in that live were telling me these things to tell her because I didn't know. You know what I mean? And I couldn't ask my
Yeah.
friend, who I normally would ask, what do you want to do? If I asked her what she wanted to do, she would say, I don't know. I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
And I mean, she was just a shell. But anyways, I mean, that night was very scary. And we since have talked about it. This like the first time really, because she could talk about it with me. Like after she left, she needed some space, I think, because it was so traumatic for her, and I reminded her of it. And we finally hooked back up, and we've been texting every day and, talking every day. I think she's healed some. And
It takes a long time. Yeah.
yeah, and it's important to not take any of it personally as a friend. I think a lot of people get isolated from their friends because their friends don't know how to take it. They don't know what to do. They're like, well, just leave. And then that isolates the person more. Sorry, I'm not reading the comments, y'all, if there's comments. But yeah, anyways, I learned a lot just from coming to these lives and hearing people tell their stories, because I have not dealt with it. And so
And so that's
I
a
got to
form.
hear second, what kind of how I could help someone else. And I mean, she got out, and she is,
And
like I
that's
said,
because of
thriving.
Micah.
It's
And
because
that's
of
because
Micah,
of Micah.
because
And,
Micah brought
and
us all
and that's
together.
something I'll never, ever, ever forget that night. And that's why I want everybody, as much as I can speak of it and have you with me, just me,
Yeah.
because of Micah, what we've learned through all of this, we help someone get out and is alive with her children and thriving.
Yeah.
Yes, and I think that's awesome and amazing, and I'm hoping that just by, like, someone asked me one time, they were like, well, why does this have to be called Micah's Law? Why does it have to be about Micah? And I go, well, you know what? It's not that it's about Micah. It's about what Micah brought light to, what her voice brought out. Micah's name is a household name, okay? And when you say Micah, everybody, anybody who's not living under a rock somewhere knows what something about that. And so it's like, well, it should be called Micah's Law because people identify with her circumstance and her situation and they're aware of it. And it's been, it's the story has been told. And I just saw someone say Micah changed the world. She sure did. She sure
Yeah.
absolutely did. And what's even more incredible about that is that it's Micah's story has woke up a lot of people. And
Yes.
I'm hoping it wakes up many, 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 many more. And all of that put together is what makes a movement for change. And
Yeah.
that's what it's going to take. It's going to take, a bunch of mad, upset, fed up people to get things moving. And it also requires, like people say, oh, well, what can we do? Well, you can start with just yourself. It's taking care of yourself and paying attention to what's happening around you. Also, paying attention to your friends and your family and your people on the sitting on the pew next to you. That we gotta be aware and wake up. And I like what you said about you had to tread a little carefully so that you could stay in the circle. But it was very lucky that you got to stay in the circle because usually the
Yeah.
coercive control abuser is going to exclude everybody from there. They're going to figure out a way why you shouldn't be a friend anymore to them and talk them into that. So and you're right. You do have to be careful. And there's a time you can't, even if you see all of it right out of the gate, you got to start planting seeds because they're not going to be ready for it in the beginning
Yeah.
because they're still living in this world of hope. And us women, we're notorious for it. We're always hoping that it's going to get better, or we don't want to give up on, a situation or a person or, that kind of a thing. And if you're married, or if you have children with someone, you don't want to give up on that person. You want your children to, flourish and thrive with both parents. But if one of those parents is not well and they're a coercive control person, then that's not good for your family or for yourself. But I like the fact that you're saying that it created a bond. It
Yeah.
created a joint movement. It was like we all came together.
Yeah.
Everybody came together to pull that person out, and to be down in a hole when somebody, pull back the door and the light comes in and a hand comes down to help pull you out of it. That is an amazing, liberating experience. And until we're all standing there with our hand down to help that person out, then it's not going to get any better. And there is a lot of work that needs to be done, but we can start within ourselves, within teaching our own children and our own nieces and nephews and our siblings and whatever else, teaching them to what to be aware of and to try to avoid these types of people who create this kind of damage in a life. And there is a point whenever you're living in that, there's at first you're kind of skipping along and everything's great, then it's like one little thing happens and you blow it off because it's the first time that it happened, and maybe you're making too much of it, you think, and then you just kind of rationalize it away, and then you keep on going, and then again it's that same pattern of chip chip chip, take away little piece, little piece, little piece till there's nothing left there.
Yeah.
And so we've got to be able to recognize those signs within ourselves and our own relationships. We need to recognize those signs so that we can teach our children, our friends, our family, our neighbors to be wary of these wolves in the world.
Yeah. Well, and it's every little piece. Like people have felt empowered to share their stories, and there's so
Yeah,
much to learn from people sharing their stories. I can't tell you how many people I've heard
absolutely.
who've gotten up and shared their story for the very first time. It's important for them, it's important for the audience, it's important for someone like me who's never been through it to see what kind of people are out there.
That's right.
Um,
And when
You
you're
know,
a
it's
victim of
important on
it,
so many fronts. And I just want to thank you for being, you know, the voice and the for Micah and
oh
the
gosh,
law in the area of the law. I mean, it's thank you. That's all I
yeah.
have. And thanks for being here tonight.
Don't thank me. I feel privileged and honored to that Micah ever walked into my office, and thank the Lord every day.
No.
That I got to know such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful soul. And when she stood in my office, I mean, I'm not kidding. She was like a bright, shiny light in there. And you know, you're attracted to, you know, it's kind of like we're drawn to the light. And Micah had a spirit about her, and it just came through. It was just beautiful to be around, and wonderful for the short time that I got to know her. I mean, she's touched my life, you know, and touched many, many, many lives, and will continue to do so. And I just want us to keep that bright light going, because she deserves it. And that bright light also is going to be that light that shines down in that hole for other people. Because a lot of people, I know, even for me, when I was living in the situation, is it was embarrassing. Didn't want to talk about it, and didn't want to tell anybody about it, and certainly never want to admit it. And like I said earlier, first time I've ever spoken about my own personal circumstance ever to anybody other than my closest personal friend. I've never made a public statement about that, but I think that it's important because I am on a mission, and I have a reason, and I do understand it. And, you know, and I'm not afraid to talk, and I'm not afraid to upset people who don't want to be upset. I'm not afraid to walk in and talk to people who don't want to be talked to, and I'm not going to take no for an answer, and I never have, and I'm not going to start now, you know.
Amen. I can agree with that
I
110%.
love that. Well, I'm gonna hop down and make space for others, but thanks, Tiger Lily, for reminding me of that.
Yeah, that's
And
awesome.
thank you
Thank you.
again, Miss Ward, Attorney Ward.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I think a lot of the information that you can Google for, you know, DV and resources and so forth, that it's kind of vague to a lot of a bigger picture when it comes to people facing it. You know, there's little things that some of these folks could learn, like having a getaway bag hidden, make all
Oh,
sure your
yeah.
papers are ready and handy, the kids' certificates, everything, your charge cords, your phones, turning your phone location off, getting a burner phone, have
This,
that plan,
yes,
you
there's
know,
so
with all
many
those
things.
details, because they can't think of things like that when you're in a situation.
Actually, that's something that we need to come up with is an escape plan template. Okay. And that reminds me, I said earlier, I was going to tell you about my escape plan or how I escaped. It took me 9 years of abuse before I got out of there. And I had, you know, you learn how to outmaneuver your abuser. Okay. You learn, you know, I don't know. I had figured out a way that I needed to get out of there. Was I needed some help. First of all, I didn't have any money, and I didn't know where to go or what to do. I didn't have any family that lived near me. But what I ended up doing was I started out and I joined a mom's group, and we met once a week, and it was for playtime with the kids, and that quote got approved. I don't know how it got approved exactly. That was so long ago, but it got approved by my abuser for me to go do that. And so I made new friends, and they started picking up on things, and they started talking a little bit, and then I was like, you know, I just broke down one day to someone, and I said, I just wish to God that he would do something that when people ask me, why did you get a divorce, that I could say it and they would go, oh, hell yeah, I don't blame you, honey. Because there was nothing that I could articulate. Nobody ever heard of coercive control back then. You know, this was a long time ago. And so for me to try to articulate what was happening to me, and he was a little physical here and there, but not to the degree that it would leave the marks, right? So so then it was like, oh well, that wasn't a big deal. But anyway, this mom's group, whenever I don't know what caused it, but it was a moment, and I was like, I have to get out of this situation, and I don't know how, and I felt trapped, and these women rallied around, and I'm gonna get emotional talking about it, but we had to have a plan. We got together on our mom's day out, and we started plotting and planning, and we picked a day, and we picked, what I started doing was secretly taking a little bit of things out of the house at a time. A friend would come over or whatever, and she would take a few things to her house, another one would take a few things to her house. And y'all, when I say friends, I had not known these women for very long, okay? And so by the time when the day came, I had like, it's so funny to think back now, but there was like about 5 or 6 mom minivans that wheeled into my house, and they all came in. We took out the rest of the things. I got my babies in the car, strapped them all in, got all their beautiful toys that they wanted, their items of comfort and stuff. And it was pretty amazing what they did. And it changed my life from that point forward. And I had to me and my kids had to sleep on a couch or two here and there, and they all put money together they all pitched in, and they were all stay-at-home moms, y'all, and they pitched in money to help me with different things. And it was just day by day, 1 inch by 1 inch by 1 inch. I climbed up on out of there. And if it had not been for those 5 or 6 mom minivans showing up that day, I don't know. I don't know what would have happened eventually to me if I had not gotten out of there. But that's what it took. It took somebody else to say, and it had to be the right timing for me. If somebody had said that to me 3 or 4 years into the marriage, I'd be like, oh, get out of here, But it took me 9 years to wake up, until I almost lost my own flame, lost the desire to live. If it weren't for my children, and thinking about them being left with him the rest of their life is the thing that motivated me, and is what my shining light was my children, and the thought that I could never leave them with that beast, as I call them.
You're nicer than I would be. Just saying.
Another good question when we're talking about coercive control would be, because it is so hard to define, and a lot of these women do say, and my daughter included, well, he's not really hitting me. It's not that bad. And we all know how horrible it is, but we need to ask ourselves, why are we okay with men treating us like that? But you turn around and you ask any mother if they would allow someone to treat their daughter that way, and they all say, hell no. We need to think about it that way for ourselves, that we are worth being loved, and we are worth being respected and treating well.
Yeah, well, most people who go into those type of relationships, and again, it's not just men versus women kind of a thing. Even like these things happen in same-sex relationships where it could be both men or both women. A person who is coercive control abuser, it's not a matter of the sex. It's just that in the past, I think, and over the years, is traditionally men were the ones who were the breadwinners, and so they immediately came with the authority and the ability to control and that kind of thing. Women, we've come a long way, baby, but we still have a long way to go. And again, it circles back to education in terms of learning what abuse is, that it's more than the physical. that abuse is and can be is mental, and it's a a horrific form of abuse. I used to say I'd almost rather him slap the mess out of me than what he does to me on a daily basis emotionally, because that bruise can heal. But those things that were, that were damaged in my mind and in my soul and in my brain and in my thought patterns, it takes a long time to overcome those things, and it takes a long time to discard those quote lessons that the abuser tried to lay into my brain, and it took a long time for that. So we don't walk into those things normally. At least it wasn't for me. I didn't walk into it, not I was a vibrant, young, healthy woman that had her whole life planned out ahead of her, and but it was over a matter of time and his abusive tactics that did all of that destruction. And so, I think it's a matter of, had I been taught that abuse could be emotional, because I grew up thinking that abuse was just physical. That's all I knew. That you can't say you're being abused unless you can show somebody, a bruise or a black eye or something. And I didn't really know that I was being abused. I didn't understand that. I thought that maybe there's maybe he had more experience in something than I did. I didn't really. I was trying to be, and I don't know. I was trying to be a good wife and allow my husband to be the leader of the home, and I believed in that and thought that that's how it should be. But to get that position of authority in a relationship, you also have to be the one that protects, the one that stands with the shield and the sword, not the one that takes the sword and uses against the very person you're supposed to be protecting. But I think, again, it had to go back to education for me. I couldn't call it abuse because I had not been educated to the point to know that that was abuse. And I think we've come a long way since those days, but we still got a long way to go.
I agree. And I've said that very thing to my late husband one time because the words cut so deep. I almost felt like I was losing my mind and needed to go admit myself somewhere because
Absolutely. That's right.
so far in, and I looked at him and I told him, I said, why don't you just take your fist and just get it over with, because that would probably feel better right about now. But also, too, he had mental problems bad, like on the verge of CTE, bad.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
when you have the physical and the mental combined as well, it causes all the same feelings of, hey, I don't want to be here anymore. Maybe I am that pile of whatever, and maybe I'm not worth anything. And to me, one thing I learned after he passed away was that I'm important to me. And when you get that self-worth with yourself and you look at everything you've been through, and I'm still walking and standing, you can find that way to keep your path going because you're here for a reason.
That's exactly right. And we have to, for people who don't have anyone to reach out to, there has got to be resources for them. You don't have the moms group to bring in the 5 minivans. When you don't have your sister or your just me friend that rallies all of her friends, we've got to have those resources, and those resources require money, people, and that requires for the General Assembly to carve out a line in the budget that says, hey, we're going to take this education to, just like, remember we used to see all the billboards, click it or ticket? Well, that's not your neighbor putting that billboard up. That's the government putting that up. Whenever you see the signs up that says immunize, that's DHEC putting money. That's their advertising money. And the same thing needs to happen with regard to learning that all the different types of abuse that can happen. It's not just physical, it's emotional, it's mental. There's lots of different forms that abuse comes in. And so we need people to be educated to that in the biggest kind of way. And so to get that kind of word out, we're doing this here, right? And within this platform at this moment. But it would sure be nice to get some billboards up there. It would sure be nice to be added to the police academy training. And that's going to take me off for a minute. That was one of the things I've said over and over that people could say all the time. Well, the police didn't do this. The police should have done this. The police should have done that. As I've said 100 times, the police didn't have a law to look to. Okay, all of the individual things that was happening were for lack of a better word, protected under marital law, which is not the way to say that. But an example is if you're married and you have a car, even if it's in your own name, it's not your own car. It's a car that belongs to the marriage. And so if the other person in the marriage wants to do something to that car to damage it, hit it with a baseball bat, knock out the windows, whatever, flatten the tires, they are allowed to do that. And it's not, quote, a crime because it's considered their property. That is a problem. And that's something that needs to be addressed and would be addressed in coercive control. So when the police show up and, the person says, my spouse just, put stuff in my tires, or they took my car, or they hid my car. Ma'am, are you married? Yes, I am. Okay, well, that car belongs to your spouse too, and they can do whatever they want to with it. That is ridiculous. I understand, the marital part of it, but there has to be this education that says, wait a minute, the police officer has to have something that clicks in his head. And the only way it's because, people get in fusses and fights. That's not always abusive. I mean, you don't always get along. You're going to have, fusses and fights, but that doesn't necessarily mean, that there's a form of abuse going on. But if the police had a law to look to, like coercive control, and then when they go through the academy, because they get taught the laws of what they got to be able to recognize when the law is being broken, right? So then they would be educated in their training to say, hey, this is a law on the books, and these are the things you need to look for. These are the signs. And oh, by the way, these are the specific questions that you should ask whenever you get on the scene. Because if they're not asking the right questions, or if the person's in a situation, the officer needs to be able to recognize certain things. Because when you're standing there and your abuser's breathing down your neck saying you're the one that threw the first punch, and that's a lie, okay, then and they've scratched themselves to prove it, or whatever the craziness is that happens, the officer, it's difficult. They only have a few seconds, a few minutes to kind of sort out what's going on. But if they had, a guide to go by, which is the law, and we call it the elements of law. The elements of law are those things that add up to be whatever it is. And I always use the example like a recipe. Okay, you want to bake a cake, all right, that's the law. The cake is the law, right? If you want to bake the cake, you got to know what belongs in that cake to make it a cake. You got to have flour, you got to have milk, you got to have eggs. Okay, so if somebody comes in and says, hey, I got this pound of sand, and I've got some cat food over here, I've got some, I don't know, some silly stuff, you're like, well, you're not going to be able to make a cake with that, right? And that's the way to think about it, is when you have the law, then you have the elements of law, which is the ingredients that all come together so for the person to recognize, hey, this law is being broken because we have this element being met, this element being met, and this one being met. And so in a situation under coercive control, the way I imagine that it would operate is that when it's on the books, then when the police officer shows up, they've been trained. They know what questions specifically to ask, because that's very pertinent. And then they know, what things to look for. And once they get to that place, now what happens, because this would be considered a felony, which is what it exactly should be considered, that means that even so, I have to go back and say this. If an officer shows up and sees a bruise or a scrape or whatever, they can see with their own eyes that more likely than not a crime has been committed. That's called probable cause. And so that's what the legal terminology is. But it's like more likely than not, based on what I'm observing right now as a police officer, there's been a crime here. Well, I see scratches, across his face. Well, she probably put him there, so she's going to jail. Okay. But if a crime like coercive control happens, that doesn't happen in the presence of the officer. Okay. They don't get to see those things. They can evaluate it. So what they would do, as I perceive it, is they would say, hey, we've been in that house 15 times now. Every other week we're getting a police call out there. Now the lady's complaining that, a photo's been intimate photo has been uploaded. All of these things put together. So then what the officer would do is they would go to the magistrate court where the magistrate is. The magistrate is in South Carolina. And when I would talk about laws, y'all, I'm talking about South Carolina. I don't know what they do in other places. But in South Carolina, our magistrates are the ones who evaluate probable cause to issue a warrant, okay, for somebody's arrest. So the officer would come in and say, Judge, here's what I got. We've been to this house 7 times. This lady said that, that he took her car. They don't know where it is. He's done this or that, all these different things that we would outline in coercive control. Lay that out to the judge. The judge would take all of that into consideration as a totality of the circumstances and say, looking at the law, more likely than not, a crime has been committed. That's what gets a warrant issued. And then you take the warrant and you go arrest the beast. Okay. And then when you get the beast arrested and you put him in jail, the next day they get their bond hearing. When you go up for bond, in my opinion, if you've been arrested on that, you should have a GPS monitor required to be on your ankle immediately and stay on you until your court date. And so that way, it also helps with, I think someone brought up, well, the abuser could reverse this and use it against the victim. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. But here's the thing is if you have all of these things laid out and you take it before a judge who says, yes, there's a reason to issue a warrant for this person's arrest, then once you get them arrested, then it's the prosecutor's job at that point to make sure that all of this is put together, and even more so after that, to bring all of this evidence together to be able to prosecute them and have them sentenced to go to jail and take them off the streets. So that's how I'm imagining that it would work, because coercive control abuse is, again, as we've all talked about, are those invisible things that happen, that the intent is to demoralize and to control and manipulate the victim. And so you're not standing in the house to see all those things, but if you have a law to look to as a police officer and the law's on the books, then you're going to be trained on it. So, but anyway.
Ms. Ward. I think Cade has a question for you. I'm sorry, Rando.
Okay, no, it's okay. I was just going to.
Hey, if some folks can trade out and give other people an opportunity to ask questions, that'd be great. But it looks like we've already done that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, I think Cade's wanting to ask you a question.
Okay.
Hi, my name's Cade. I'm from Illinois. I'm currently dealing with a situation where my child's mom has what I believe is, the Stockholm syndrome, to where, she is like emotionally attached to her abuser. And basically, like, we grew up, sort of in the country. We would go morale hunting, hiking, stuff like that. And now it's like, she's been Muslim for the past 7 years, and it's like when she met him, everything changed. And it's nothing against the religion at all, and I just want to get that out there. I have not seen my son in 5 years, and I am having so much trouble
Oh
with
my God.
law enforcement. I've been around I've been around the block, as far as, just going to court and whatnot, and doing all these motions and trying to fight the system by myself.
Yeah, that's.
I go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that's a big thing that they have to go up against by yourself.
Yeah, so you're fighting with your everyday life, bills, etc. School, college,
Yeah.
and then you got to go fight an entire justice system, and you're
Yeah.
kind of looked at as, okay, let's judge his past or whatever. I haven't been perfect all my life. I have been sober for a year and a half, and
Wonderful.
doing that, it took so much, and I started feeling every bump in the road. I had to do some self reflecting, and I mean, sitting in here listening to every woman in here, I mean, is it's great. I mean, seriously, because I was hearing, I heard myself, in the past, and it's just, the point I'm trying to get at is, I'm trying to see my son, and I am in a really bad situation to where I know that she's being abused. I know that there's something wrong. I don't even know if my son's alive at this point. I'm working with the police department. I'm working with the state's attorneys, but it's dead end after dead end, and it's just like, I don't know why. I'm not a felon, anything like that. I don't, but it's just the fact that, I'm 29 years old. I have other children that I take care of as well. And it's just really hard to try to fight this system by yourself. And I have been begging for a lawyer. I've been begging for, just a private investigator. I have a lot of the missing persons, but there's something going on, with the system, at my local police department. Her reference today, I get a call saying, "Hey, I just lost my job." And they ask, why'd you lose your job? I asked her. She said, "Well, I told DCFS and the police department that Brittany was walking in, my establishment every month, and she had bruises and marks all over her, and she's like, I was so scared to report it because there's laws and whatnot, there's this, there's that, I don't want to lose my job, but she still did, and she ended up losing her job today. And I just feel so bad because from her trying to help me locate my son, when I don't have a voice, he doesn't have a voice. Now with TikTok, it amplifies it, but it's still not bringing me any closer. And I just feel so bad for this woman who reached out and tried to do the right thing. And in the end, she got, she's out of a job, and she has a family too,
Yeah.
so now I feel twice as bad. And, at the end of the day, I still don't have my son. I don't get texts back from, DCFS. I don't get, phone calls back. The state's attorney dropped my case. I'm at a dead end, and I don't know what to do. And
Yeah.
it's like a demon who she's dealing with, and he hid my son, and he hid her and the other 5 children that were in the house.
Yeah.
No one can locate them. Nobody. And
Can I ask you a few questions?
absolutely.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand your scenario.
Yeah.
Your situation is, if I'm understanding you correctly, you have a son with a
Yes.
woman that is now married to somebody else. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes. He
Okay.
just turned 9 a few weeks ago. Yeah.
Okay. And you haven't seen him since he was like 4, you said?
I had his 4th birthday party, and then I dropped him off, and the next week I went back, and I got a text saying, "Hey, it's COVID, and I don't think we should be around each other." Blah blah blah, and
Right. And were you married to this to the mother of your child at any point?
no, but we had a great relationship all the way up until she met this man. I had my son almost every day. I could go over. I had that privilege. I had that ability to go over and pick my son up, and
Right.
daycare. I mean, it was the best feeling in the world, And then
I know.
Yes.
Well, I'm so sorry that you're having such a struggle with this. It's definitely concerning to me. I think that, and I'm sorry you told me what state you're in, but
I'm in Illinois.
In Illinois, okay. So yeah. I can't really say what happens in Illinois with regard to their laws there, but I can make some general statements. Usually, like for instance, in South Carolina, whenever, and this is a father's rights thing right here that I'm adamant about too, is that when children are born out of wedlock, it's presumed who the mother is for obvious reasons legally, right?
Absolutely.
So then the father has to be established as the father, and it sounds like y'all got at least to that part. But did you get any kind of court order that gives you visitation rights?
Yeah. So when he was born in 2016, he was born in Dubuque, Iowa. I live right on the tri-state of Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois. I'm right, kind of dead center.
Okay.
Anyway, so we're at the hospital, and everything's good. He comes out, he's healthy. I cut his cord. I wash my hands, sit down. I go to sign the papers, and she's like, "All right, can you present your ID?" I'm like, "Yeah, here you go." So she looks at it, and it was a month expired, a month or two, just nothing major, and then I wasn't able to get myself on there at all.
Well, that's okay. My question is, do you have an order from the court that gives you a visitation schedule, a right to see your child with a court order?
Yeah, I have 2 of them actually. I have one that was dated in 2018, but there is a 2-year expiration on that. And then
does it give a schedule for when you were supposed to have your child, whether that's every weekend, every other weekend, first 2 weeks of the month, whatever it is. Did you get something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I had him a week, she had him a week, and it just went back and forth, and then some rotating holidays, I'm sorry.
Right.
But she had the 51% of the custody.
Okay.
And go ahead.
I just want to know about that order that gave you the visitation. It laid it out specific. And if you have a court order, regardless of what state you're in, when you have a court order for your visitation rights, then when someone doesn't give that to you, you should be able to go to court, even on your own without an attorney, and say, and they would be able to help you file a contempt paper to have her called in to say, if you have a court order stands, okay? And unless that order has been changed by a subsequent, but if you have that schedule and that's the last standing order, then you need to, to file a contempt action. And I'm sorry, did you tell me that you do know where she is? Like you have an address at least or something?
Yeah. So she, I get a knock at my door, and it's an officer. I'm like, "What are you here for?" "Well, here, it's an order of protection." I'm like, "For what?" I don't know. I'm just here dropping off a paper. So that's how the visitation got established and everything. Because before that, like I said, I had no problem just going and picking him up, dropping him off. We co-parented well, and then she ended up just basically little by little by little. I was actually up all night last night making a timeline, of events, going through pictures, and I could just see the pictures of me and Jace, and then they slowly got less. So I lost all contact with him in 2020 when COVID happened. And, obviously the courthouse, they're not open at all. So I really couldn't file anything and do anything at that point. So as soon as the offices opened in 2022, I went down there and I filed, and he gave me a new order. Now, the orders only last, I think it's 2 years for visitation. Yeah, it's just 2 years. Yep, that's what it says. But that opened up.
Do you have a center there for, like we have a center here that's for fathers' rights, where it's a group of people that get together and help fathers establish their rights, get their court orders enforced, that type of thing. I would suggest, if you're not able to retain the services of an attorney,
Right.
I would suggest that you look for those kinds of resources where people can help you with that. And every state has a different name for those types of things, but I think I would suggest that you do that. If by chance you had someone that could help you with attorney fees, that would be the best that I've listened to that you've told me. My legal ears are going up, and I'm hearing some things in there that are a little, in my opinion, maybe a little complex for you to. And that is frustrating. That's another frustration that I have here in our state is, making access to justice affordable to people. And, you have to, here in South Carolina, to get like the Family Justice Resource Center, they take next to nothing over there, and you have to be almost living out of a paper bag to get any help from them. So I don't know what kind of resources are there, but if you have family or friends that can help pull together money, shop around for lawyers. They're different. You don't have to have, the most seasoned lawyer, but you need to have a lawyer that is familiar with family court. Don't go to a criminal lawyer and ask them to file family stuff. Don't go to, whatever other kinds of lawyers, and you need to make sure that they have experience in family court. There are some lawyers out there that like to dabble in family court and think that family court is easy, and it is not. The only thing, is that it's when you don't have the resources to hire an attorney, you as a parent, and you already been doing this, okay, and you need to keep doing it, is fighting and digging and trying and pleading and go and anywhere that you can and look for those resources. And different lawyers charge different prices. Okay, you can shop around for that and see what may fit in your budget. Some lawyers will offer payment plans for you. A lot of times they like to have a little bit of money down of some kind, and then if you've got a job and can show that you can make payments on it, and you find one of those good-hearted lawyers up there that can that'll step up and help you with that, that'll be awesome. If not, I would really suggest that you try to find some father resources, father parent resources or whatever that can kind of help you or guide you, or look at your paperwork. Like, I'm dying to look at your paperwork, but I can't look at your paperwork because you're in another state, and I'm only licensed in the state of South Carolina, and laws are different in every state.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. When the judge had actually entered the court order in 2022, so that with that order, she has to be found. With that order, she must be served. So, with that being said, when he established new visitation, I was like, all right, I'm gonna see him pretty soon, and me.
Yeah, that would be exciting.
Years ago, I had no idea that I was about to fall into this mess, this trap, this hell, I like to call it.
It is. I know that it is.
I've done 9 welfare checks. I've done certified letters. I did a publication that's to put her in the newspaper. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the way you get people served too.
Right. That's what I thought too. And that process alone took about 3 to 4 months because I had to call down to the newspaper down in Springfield, Illinois. And then I had to like set up an appointment to interview and like talk about what I want on the ad, and then that had to get processed, and then I had to go back to court.
Proud of you for being able to do that. A lot of people don't know that's available, and it sounds like you got to keep fighting and keep doing what you can. And I wish you the best of luck, and I wish I was there to help you. But hopefully some of this helped a little bit.
Yeah.
Kate, can I say something?
Yeah.
Can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
In Kate's case, it seems like the schools could also get the police involved to actually go inside of the house, not just go knock on a door, because this kid has not been to school nor a doctor in years.
Yep, he's not enrolled in school. No. He does not see a doctor. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Absolutely.
And
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I literally cried in my bed the other night because of this. Like, what if this child, this little boy, what if he's, not even alive?
I think about it all day.
Because he's not in school, so we don't know.
And that's what my aunt said, because I called her, and she's a director out there at the school board, and I'm like, hey, why hasn't my son been checked on or anything like that? Why, I called the truancy officer time after time, and I've gotten nothing. She said, Kate, well, we can't really check on somebody if they've never been enrolled in any school at all. We don't even know he exists.
That sounds ridiculous to me. I don't know what it's called there, but here we call it Department of Social Services. They're there for the protection and the benefit of children. And I'm sure you have some sort of organization there that's like that. I don't know. I just really wish you could get a lawyer that could maneuver through all of that stuff.
And I've been trying. She has a warrant out, and she's had one out for almost 3 months now, 2 or 3 months.
Well, good Lord, let's all pray that they get her on it then.
Well, that's the thing. She's hard to find. You can't just. You're not going to find her. She doesn't, go outside much, only on certain tasks. Now she'll probably never see outside again because she has a warrant. And the backstory of that, is his ex-wife dealt with a form of like slavery, a form of trafficking, if you will. And I knew nothing about what that is in a woman's life because I thought trafficking meant you had to go like Mexico or something, or get,
Right.
I didn't know there was in-home traffic. I didn't know what that meant, and for so many years I was blaming her, like it's her fault. Why is she doing this? Like, I don't understand. But the more I opened my eyes and whatnot, the more I seen the bigger picture. She's a victim, and that was huge in me. It was huge because I finally understood, and then I started connecting the dots and people started coming out like, hey, I'm Brittany's friend. I'm not sure if you remember me. I haven't heard from her in years. I'm worried about her, and I was able to rekindle my relationship with her family, who hated me. They did not like me at all,
well,
and
that's
now
a good start to get access to her. People, that's going
absolutely. Right. Well, they still can't find her either. They can't.
Hey, I would get in touch with the manager for Nancy Grace.
I've tried.
You keep doing it. Keep trying and try and try and keep it. I don't care how many times that you turn down or they don't answer. Keep trying, because if you can get that public, she can get on their butts, the police, to get warrants to legally go into, find where they're at, go into their homes, and do it a legal way. She has much more resources than even your local department that doesn't want to do their thing.
And the state's attorney said that they are no longer working with me, because I started voicing my opinions more and more and more, and asking questions and being more on top of things, rather than just drive down there and get, a piece of paper that says, come back next month, come back next month. She's never been to one court date. They've been knocking on that door for 5 years almost.
Yeah, they might not even be there. They
At
could
two
have.
different addresses. Yeah. Yep.
I think that money in this situation where you could get, if you could have a PI,
I would love one. Yeah.
do some personal work and work just your case.
Yeah.
Along with an attorney. So I'm thinking like money raiser, fundraisers, GoFundMe.
I do have a link in my bio, but I mean that really didn't do so good, because I think people, really took this as, baby mama, baby daddy, drama or something like that. But it is so much bigger than that. I mean, it's we are beyond that. I've done most of the lawyer's legwork and whatnot. I've done pretty much everything. It's just locating her, and the state's attorney won't raise the warrant because he's with her mother, or he's with his mother. That's what she told me. And then she literally laughed at me on the phone. I mean, literally, like I was heartbroken. I felt this big. Like I felt silenced again. It made me want to give up. And for so many years they were knocking on that door, and I was telling them he's gonna move that family, because his brother's on my side texting me like, hey, I know what's going on inside that home. I know what's going on. You need to get him away. So many people. The town's maybe 30,000 people or something. I don't know. But everybody knows everybody, and everyone's not saying the same story, and it's all going along with everything. It's just all making sense. School, the not going to doctors, the abuse, the bruises, the lady that lost her job today. I mean, come on. I feel terrible. And all she was trying to do was help me.
Well, that was good that she stepped up to try to help you, and that's not your responsibility. She would know what she was getting into, and I'm very sorry what you're dealing with, and I hope that you've gotten some ideas here, and I appreciate you sharing your story. But I am getting a little tired, and I would like to answer some other questions from other people before I have to dip out.
Attorney Ward.
Well, thank you for hearing. I appreciate it. I really do.
Yes, and I'll be praying for you. And please try to find a father parenthood resource center to maybe help you, okay?
Absolutely. I appreciate you hearing me. I hope you have a good night.
Yes, sir. You too.
Hi, Attorney Ward.
Yes. Hi.
Hi, my name is Jennifer. I'm in Louisiana. And one thing I wanted to point out was just how far out Micah's story has gone. I know you talked with Linda Eljoy earlier. She's in Honduras.
Wow, that's amazing. That's wonderful. We're international.
Yes, we have a lady from I think Australia. I mean, different places. It's just all over the world. But I do want to thank you so much for being here tonight. You've given us like so much invaluable info, and I know I can speak on behalf of everyone when I say this means more to all of us than you could possibly know. So thank you.
Well, thank you. That really touched my heart. I appreciate that.
I am a survivor. I was 13 years in, now 10 years out. But prior to my domestic abuse relationship, I had never heard the word narcissist. I didn't even know what it meant, or narcissistic abuse. It wasn't until I started to see a therapist, like you said, to fix me, because I thought I was the issue.
Yeah.
And when I explained everything to her, she said, honey, she said, this is textbook narcissistic abuse. And I was like, what is that? So she gave me some information to read. And then the next visit, she gave me her personal cell phone number. And she said, I am worried about you and I want you to call me.
Nice.
So that kind of scared me. I mean, I felt nice that I had it, but
kind of shook me a little bit.
Well, it woke you up and gave you a little peek into the education that was necessary.
Right, right. And so, I think I was writing down some notes while I was waiting to talk to you.
You take your time.
So, and I have a couple of stepdaughters who, they were in high school, and I kind of witnessed them like dating some guys, and so I felt good that I could kind of help them and point some things out to them that they didn't know. And now, one of my stepdaughters is so proud of herself because she was in a relationship and she saw the flags. So it's nice when we can do that. But it kills me every day to know that so many young women, men think that domestic abuse is just physical. They have no clue of
That's right.
the depths and the levels of it. And I really, really, really think that this is something that needs to be taught in schools,
I
high
agree.
schools, both boys and girls, maybe in some sort of a health class if it's half a semester. But I mean, there's enough information that it could be taught for an entire semester, I believe.
I
Um,
agree.
and I feel like if that were to be implemented, they would have that knowledge before they go out into the real world, so to say, and they enter into real life relationships. They would have that information on what to look for and the signs, to look out for and stuff like that, and how to prepare and how to make sure they stay away from it. And if not for themselves, to see it for friends.
Yeah.
If for guys to hear it, they would know if their friends are kind of maybe leaning in that direction of being abusive, or if they have friends that are girls, they can say, hey, yeah, this guy's not good for you. I'm seeing this. So I think just all around, it's something that is completely and truly needed in schools. I don't know why it's not taught. I think it's a taboo thing, honestly. Like they just don't want to talk about it.
Well, there may be
Um,
some people in power that don't want it to be a law. They may
true,
be
true.
guilty of it themselves.
Yeah, true. Um, but I would love, I mean, if there was a group of people or anything like that, I would love to get together and work on now I have no teacher experience whatsoever. I deal with multimedia. But I felt after I got out of my relationship, I researched narcissistic abuse, sociopath, psychopath, all of that backwards and forwards. I was like, I should have a PhD in this stuff just from the
Yeah.
stuff that I've researched. But I would get together with whoever would be willing to work on putting together some sort of a curriculum for schools. And do you have any thoughts or advice, or do you know how difficult that would be to implement? Or if not, do you know what direction we should go in to do something like this?
Yeah, so I think that each state has their own set of laws, which also they have their own regulations for schools and so forth. So depending on what state you're in, it probably different from one state to the next. I can't say that I have any true experience in how to do that. I would have maybe some suggestions. And that would be, obviously starting out with exactly what you just said, and that is putting together an idea for a curriculum, and then approaching your own, starting with your own local school administrative, whatever they are, the school board. That's it. Starting there to bring that forward. I'm sure that there are meetings that the public are allowed to go to and start talking about these things. And that is key, is that education is key. I've said it 100 times on here tonight, is that is the key. And starting with, recognizing the red flags. You can't recognize the red flag unless you've been taught what the red flag is. So as far as getting it actually in the schools, you got to go to your school boards. You got to get them to get on board with it, and determine and figure out what it is that, what is the process for your state or your county, excuse me, York County to figure out how to get this into the schools. But I'm right there with you. I agree 100%. I think that, as parents, it's our duty to teach our children, these things, learning them ourselves. And then, of course, the schools are the places where that backs up what the parents are teaching, or it's the source whenever you don't have a parent to teach you these things, or a parent doesn't know to teach these things. But I really would love to see that implemented in every school in the nation. So great idea.
I would too. Yeah, I would.
I'm sorry, Chastity. Go ahead.
Chas, you were trying to say something?
Sorry, guys. I didn't know I was on here. I didn't mean to.
Okay, I was going to say I'm from Louisiana too.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
And
what part, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in Prairieville.
Oh gosh, I'm in Denham Springs. We're
Oh
close.
wow,
We're
you're close to me.
neighbors.
Okay, and let me tell you, I'm a 26-year retired teacher. So
awesome.
my heart is with the kids. I quit because of the system.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't take anymore. It was just I was doing work 24/7. And I just couldn't take what the system is broken. But I would like to add to that system, if we could, by getting in touch with our school board systems. Yours is Livingston, mine is Ascension Parish. So if both of us could talk to those school boards and tell them that we're working together, maybe our school boards could put something together for both of you and I to work on together amongst other teachers that would have an interest in this.
Yes.
That's the start of something right there.
I would be over the moon to be able to get something like this implemented. So yeah, I would be, if you're up for it, I would be willing to work with you on getting this done, and maybe we can recruit some other people. And I hate to say, like, I know somebody said it earlier, it's like you don't completely understand it until you've been through it. So I feel like maybe it would take some people who've been through it to help push the importance of it. So maybe we can find some other people locally. I do know there were a couple of people who were in some lives that were from this area. Can't remember their names, though. I'd have to go back and look.
Well, another thing is, I believe I think in our state even, or in our county, the school board officials are elected. So that's some leverage too. Find somebody that's going to support it. And then if they don't, and it's like, well, we're going to have to vote you out or get you off the board or whatever. So good thing. I'm glad you ladies are connected and you're in the same area. I'm sure there are other people on here that would be looking to join you as well. That's awesome.
We are. We're probably 15, 20 minutes away from each other.
That's awesome. All right, well, speaking of 20 minutes, I think I'm going to give you guys about 20 more minutes, and then I'm probably going to hop off of here. And I've certainly enjoyed talking with all of you, and I'm glad that I got to straighten out the record on a few things. And so I'd like to answer some questions, some burning questions or some, those kinds of things. Anything you want to ask about me or Micah's case or the Mike that I can talk about, or the course of control law, or anything else, I'm happy to answer any questions. Or have you heard some seedy things about me? Ask me and I'll tell you if it's true or not.
I'll ask one question. I don't know if you can answer or not. If not, just tell me no.
I certainly will.
The part where Micah's necklace and JP was wearing it at the beginning. Do you know any further information how he got that necklace?
I think he's the one that answered the question about how he got the necklace, and that was, you have to remember that they were still legally married whenever she passed. Okay, and whenever you're legally married, even if you're separated, this is the state of South Carolina, you have to remember, when you're legally married, then your spouse has the rights to those types of things. So when he got notified of her passing, and he went to, identify her or whatever. She had the necklace on, and he, or maybe she didn't have it on, but he got it somehow by going there after she passed.
Okay. I was wondering about that and her watch, because they never did say anything about her. I don't think they did about her watch again. Like, it's amongst the items that were we were trying to get together to give back to the students.
Well, you have to remember, in the beginning there was an investigation with regard to, well, we call it an investigation. I wouldn't really call it an investigation, but there's other things. I had, filed a motion with the court asking that we be the ones, that my office be the one to be able to collect those things for her sisters and stuff. And so there was a court order whenever all legal authorities had completed their investigation, then those items would be released from the, and I apologize, I don't know if the correct pronunciation is Robeson or Robeson County, but the county where she passed at. So they had taken into custody a lot of that property, and then it was to be released whenever they finished with it. Well, it's never been returned, primarily, I believe, because it was passed on to the next legal authority.
Okay. Thank you so much for verifying that.
Yeah.
And I'll put you down, and if whoever wants to come up, y'all come up.
Wendy. Wendy Shellbell. I don't know. Did you have something to ask?
Hey, Attorney Ward, I just want to thank you again. I don't believe I thanked you after you.
Oh, no,
your
you're fine.
opinion,
Thank
so.
you. I appreciate y'all having me on here. It's my first time doing a live.
You should come on more often.
Well, I'm a little busy.
I know you're a little busy. I know.
Well,
but thank you.
Thank you for carving out the time for us.
Yes, absolutely. I'm so glad I came across it.
Yes, it's definitely a pleasure having you, and we've all had many, many questions. I have two short ones for you.
Okay.
First, as people who are spread across pretty much the world, what do you think we could do to best effectuate supporting you on a local level?
In terms of getting coercive control law passed?
That, and just in general for the things that are happening, because we all watch, every day we watch, because we've been sitting with this for months, and, many of us are very passionate and want to see things happen. And
thankfully so. Keep up the passion. But, one of my biggest concerns was that it was going to, sort of dwindle out. I was praying that wouldn't happen, and I'm glad to see that it's not. And I really hope that this continues on for forever, basically, until we get a handle on this terrible, terrible crime that's going unpunished.
Okay, fair enough. And then, Laura Ann, do you have something you want to ask, hon?
Can I go back to your question, though? You were talking about support or whatever. Not only just supporting that, as far as like me as an individual, if you hear something about me, bring it to me and I'll answer the question. I have watched and been silent for a long time, just watching things go around. But I just, trust me whenever I say I have the best intentions at all times. And people who make judgments about me that never met me, never spoke to me, never been around me, don't know the whole story, who get half truths, and people who like to take their platforms and take things out of context to get clicks for clickbait and stuff like that. I mean, I've been used for that all over the place, which is, I don't care at the end of the day. I know who I am. I know what I stand for. And, those things are never going to change who I am. So if there's a concern out there that somebody, has about me, my phone number is public, y'all. Call me up. I mean, I don't mind answering questions. Now, there are some, questions that I cannot answer that have to do with certain details of, Micah's case when she was, when I was representing her in her separation. There were some details about that I can't talk about. There's some details about, what I may know in terms of, investigations and so forth like that. I can't talk about certain things that need to be, kept confidential.
So you can't tell us whether or not that time is encroaching.
Well, that's almost like a term of art. What does that mean? Does that mean 2 days, 2 years? What does that mean?
Well, that's kind of what we're looking for, is what day the horizon is.
Yeah, I know. So. Well, this is what I tell everybody that asks me that, and I get that question a lot, is this. When the local police arrest somebody, okay, they usually have a little bit to go on, and then they dig around and find more evidence to prove the case. The FBI does not work that way. The FBI collects the evidence beforehand, and when they come pick you up, they've got you in a Ziploc bag, okay? They don't try to make their case after they get you. They make their case before they arrest you. So take your time, take all the time you need, because the other thing is we want things, whenever there's a crime that's been committed and it's somebody that we need to make sure they've been held accountable. You want to make sure you got all the proofs. Criminal lawyers, we know the law, we know the system. We know those things, and so it's better to wait and be patient and wait for that perfect cake to get baked. Okay.
Well, the wheels of justice turn at a slow pace. I've heard that plenty times in my own case. Okay, so my last question.
Frustrating.
You're looking for, are you wanting local assistance for research volunteers?
Oh, no, any help would be greatly appreciated. I mean, I've done a lot myself, but I need, I wouldn't mind having one or two assistants, interns, volunteers that would come here and there. I've got documents that need to be sorted and organized. I need notebooks that need to be made. I got letters that need to be put together. I've got all kinds of to-do lists on my wish list.
I have a friend.
Okay, well, great. I'm happy to, take all the help that's offered. Like I said, it's going to take a town. It takes the whole village, to get these things done, and they will move faster because I'm doing these things in between, helping my current clients with their cases and dealing with those things and other responsibilities I have, and I, sit there and go, oh, I wish I could get that to that today, but I can't because somebody, needs me in some other place. So it would be very much appreciated to have some extra hands, and research from far away can come right through the internet. So, emails and so forth.
I'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yes, ma'am.
We appreciate you.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate you all. I'm so proud of everybody and what everybody is standing up. I'm very proud of, everyone that's lived in that situation, that's speaking out and having their voices heard and sharing their stories. All of those things are empowering to people who are still stuck in that terrible place. And to know that this is even being discussed on a worldwide platform at this moment has got to be inspiring and moving, and hopefully will do what we all intend it to do, and that is to help people out of that situation, help keep people from getting in that situation, and holding people who do those types of things accountable. All right, I got
Thank you. You enjoy your night.
Thank you. You too. I got time for one more question, maybe, and then I'm going to maybe try to find myself a sandwich or something here.
Okay, here's y'all's last chance. Anybody else got a question?
Yes, I do.
Hi, Miss Ward. I appreciate you being here.
Yes, ma'am. Hi.
I am someone who's been following Micah's case since it happened. I follow people who knew her and kind of been listening in the background. I am a domestic abuse survivor and continue to deal with it through, the courts, being perpetuated through the court system. My case is very complicated.
Yeah.
And still going through it. And Micah's case really got to me because I felt like I was Micah, but I got out. And I've watched and, I'm just horrified at this whole situation. I live in Florida. I am familiar a little bit with the Carolinas and the laws because when I got divorced, that's where I was. So I went through the entire legal process there. And have worked to domesticate my case and everything down here, and that caused a whole craziness. But one of the things that I'm looking to do is to bring Micah's law to Florida. And I know that the laws in Florida are different from South Carolina, but I want to incorporate some of the things that you're doing there. I have a meeting set up here in Florida for March 1st. Where I want to listen to victims and everyone come together, understand the laws and the gaps that we need. And if we're able to pass legislation, I want to name it after Micah. So I'm going to be calling it Micah's Law.
Wow.
Her voice, like every time I hear her voice, I don't know what it's like you said, she's just such a light and I want to keep her voice alive. So what I wanted to ask is, I know that you've done a lot of work around Micah's Law. I am so new to this. I have no idea what I'm doing. And I'm really hoping to find someone who's already doing it and I can just step back and help. Would you be willing to share some of the things that you've already done and help, not to do the work, but just to help me kind of get started and know what to do?
Yeah, absolutely. I would be happy to do that. But I tell you, we're not the first state that's trying this. There's already 4 states that have it in the U.S. And so you can look to those states for, for some guidance. That's what I've been doing. There's some other countries that actually have this, been way ahead of us on having this type of law. And so those places, let me see if I can remember. Y'all have to forgive me at my age. I can't retain things sometimes, and don't even try half the time now. South Wales.
Okay.
I want to say Australia too, and I can't remember now. But Hawaii is one. Massachusetts is another. I think they were the most recent. I don't think I really liked theirs very much. Oh, goodness. There's 2 more. I apologize. It's not coming to the top of my brain at the moment. But there's another state that has a really comprehensive one that I like a lot more, but still saw some work that could be done with it. Mm-hmm. But that's kind of where I start with it.
Okay.
Is to kind of look and see what the similarities are between the states. The research that I would really like to have that I think that would help, quote, sell this to the General Assembly is to take those states that already have it in place and have had it in place for a while. And I would love to get some statistics. I can't find any so far on how effective what they have in place has been. Like how many arrests have there been? How many convictions have there been? And so to show that the law is effective, not just it's on the books, but it's, and then looking to see what these other states are doing in terms of educating their police officers, educating, teachers, educating, anyone else that's in the government arena that may be, have access, people in mental health, careers and stuff. So those are things that would be a wonderful help. And I think that's a good place to start, is looking at those states. You're welcome to, I still have the, there you go, Connecticut.
Well, thank you. Yes, that's helpful.
Massachusetts. Chronically, me, Lisa. Got it.
Yes, thank you there.
Yeah, awesome. Okay. But
That's
I'm happy to
helpful.
help in any kind of way. My office number is published 843-488-9273. By the way, 9273 spells Ward, W-A-R-D.
Oh, okay. That's helpful. I appreciate it. Part of what I want to do is also education and informing victims and family members too.
Yeah.
So that's something I want to put together because even just recently, I've learned a lot of things that had I known when I was going through it, I would have made some different decisions and been a little bit smarter about some things, but
Absolutely.
there's just not enough education. And I know in Florida, laws are different. And I've come to realize just recently that law enforcement did not inform me of something that they should have that I wasn't
Yeah.
aware of.
You
So,
just made me realize too, another area that needs education are social workers, the people who are going into people's homes and, that are children protective services workers and so forth would be good places to get educated too. If you don't mind me asking, what part of Florida?
I'm in Palm Coast. I'm between Jacksonville and Orlando.
Oh, okay.
Small little beach town, yeah. But I've lived in I've lived in Washington State, North Carolina, but I'm originally from New Jersey.
Well, my plan is to move to Florida, so maybe I'll see you.
Well, I love the sunshine, so. Well, thank you so much. I so appreciate everything that you've done and you being willing to be here and answer everyone's questions. It's not common, so it's appreciated. Thank you.
Absolutely, my pleasure. And again, I'm the one that's thankful for all of Micah's warriors. All right, one last question, and then I'm going to tap out.
Okay, anybody else got anything else?
And if not, we'll say good night. Okay, guys. Well, thank you so much for everything that everybody is doing. And I'm sorry I don't know how to push all these things that I see flying around, hearts and flowers and puffy things and all that kind of stuff. But thank you for those too. And just, please stay in touch. I still have set up and check the email address that I set up originally, which was Justice for Micah. TIPS, TIPS. Of course, now it's being used for more than what it was originally set up for. So you're welcome to send emails there or information if you want as well. Okay?
Okay, Miss Ward, I just really want to thank you so much for coming in and answering everyone's questions. You are very much appreciated, and you just keep kicking tail, okay?
Yes, ma'am, and thank you for being our wonderful host this evening. And good night.
Good night. Thank you so much.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, there you go, Holly.
Well, I got to figure out how to leave, though. How do I leave?
The little X in the top right-hand corner. There's a little X in the top right-hand corner.
I got it. Thank you, Herb.
Right by the 1, 2, 3.
All right, bye-bye.
Thanks.
All right. There she goes.
Thank you very much, Herb, for bringing her in, and
honestly,
made everybody feel better. Go ahead.
What happened there, and we're not pointing any fingers or anything, but somebody was saying some not bad, but just false information, and she came across it but didn't know how to enter it, sent me a text, and so I walked her through it. So I think if anybody has any questions about how committed she is, I think you pretty much know now. There is no confusion. She is all in.
Well, after yesterday, I didn't have any doubt in her after yesterday. So, and I think she has made everybody else aware that nobody else has got any doubt about her now.
Yep, that's true.
That was fabulous.
Well, you guys have a good night, and I'm going back to Tulsa King.
Okay, yeah, I'm fixing to get off here too. I've been on here for a few hours, and it's
longer than you expected.
Everybody have a good night, and thank y'all for coming into my live, and I will talk to y'all all later. Thank you so much. Bye. Good night, Chastity.